Yep, yep, yep. Going live. Live in 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Kratu Orlov show. We have one viewer, which is probably me. It's episode 635. It is the amazing Sunday, December 4th, 2022, in the year of our Lord. And we're going live this morning. I'm sure that everyone's in church and not able to view today's historic broadcast. So, anyway, I'll probably do a real show later where it's actually recorded. This is the device I usually use to record my shows, and it's starting to get all scratched up because I don't have a case that fits it anymore, and it's the memory is completely clogged up with photographs I've saved. So, it doesn't record a show much longer than an hour and a few minutes at this point. Okay, so it'd be nice if we had more than one viewer, but it's all right. They can watch on the rebroadcast. Let me put the invitation in the chat. So if anyone is bored enough that wants to come on, they could do that. Comments. Oh, where are they? Damn it. Okay, I haven't done a live broadcast in a long time. And I think Horror Mike has one at noon, so I probably want to finish before then so I'm not on against someone else. And I hope I'm not on against Howler Mouse, because I just remembered he usually does something on Sunday mornings. All right, so when we last left off, we were looking at Wonder Woman and World's Finest, as I recall. But then I found this Wonder Woman comic that was not with the Wonder Woman comics we looked at the other day. And it's one of those Brian Boland covers, so it looks very British. And it's a great cover. It's issue 0, which of course is ridiculous. I'm very opposed to the stunt numbering, but that's a great cover. Brian Boland is part of the British wave of artists and writers that came over in the 80s with that 2000 AD Judge Dredd kind of stuff, you know. So what's been up, ladies and gentlemen? Yesterday, what happened? There was going to be this Christmas parade that was going to start right on the street, right outside my house. All the vehicles were going to line up. So I never experienced this Christmas parade. It was going to start, and they were all going to line up on the street, literally by the train depot, right up half a block from the house. So I was talking on the phone with Meyer Greenblatt and keeping an eye from the porch on the vehicles, you know, and as I knew it was going to start at 6. So at 6, I went out, and the vehicles all started. Just a bunch of cars and trucks, some floats with lights and all on them. But my camera shut off after about 4 minutes, just because it was 22 degrees and it didn't have much battery. So you don't see much of the parade. It was all right. And then they went around the town square, but I didn't get that. And then they lit the big Christmas tree in the town square, but I didn't record that either. But if you want to see 4 minutes of a small town Christmas parade, that's the last thing I uploaded. Oh, there's someone else is watching. All right. Some other heathen that's not in church. I need to find a church here locally to go to. I just need to find one that's cool, man. I gotta find a cool church, man. That person went away. Now it's back down to one viewer. All right. I mentioned church and they skedaddled, man. All right, here's a Sabrina comic. Look at that. Archie's TV Laugh Out, starring Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Quite a catch, huh? Yeah, and the fish looks nice too, says the old perverted man. Let's see. This that white streak in the hair is a good look, I think. Ah, someone came back. Oh, Gotham City Comics is here. Hello, Gotham City Comics. I was talking on the phone with Gotham City Comics. I guess that was night before last. I'm going to be getting some Golden Age Western comics from him and a pile of all these reprint comics that have been coming out lately. These facsimile comics that reprint key issues for all the morons out there that only buy key issues but can't afford key issues. So they're reprinting the key issues with the ads and everything, and so that's like the new gimmick they've been doing for the last couple of months. And not having a comic store like real close to me, I've been relying on Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona, who's in the middle of a move, to an amazing new location. And he took me. I was talking to him through Facebook. I don't know, the Facebook Messenger video call feature. So he was able to show me the store, what hasn't been moved already to the new location. It's a very monster oriented comic book store. And I hear while I was talking to them, customers were coming in asking for Pokemon and Star Wars. And it's just the typical, but it's like, you guys don't appreciate in Mesa, some of you in Mesa, Arizona don't appreciate the magnificence of that store. Pokemon, indeed. But I don't know. That's to each their own, right? Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, as those stupid scumbags say, right? Well, the news has been interesting. Every day becomes more insane and just insane. It's just insanity, It's like Kanye West, who's now called Ye, he wants to talk to Donald Trump, so he goes to Mar-a-Lago, but then he brings along some crazy friends, and then Donald Trump is like, how do I get out of this? And so then the news explodes that these crazy people have been at Mar-a-Lago talking to Trump, and then they go to all these different other shows and act crazy and say insane things, and then that tars Donald Trump with that brush that he associated with these people. And then, Elon Musk, meanwhile, has been releasing all of this stuff, the Twitter files, and, it's a lot of stuff that we really can't talk about on YouTube, but it's fascinating. Every day the news gets more and more intriguing. And, people say, well, Elon Musk, he's doing all this great stuff. Maybe he should run for vice president with Trump. He's great. But then people say, a few years ago, he's talking about putting brain chips in everybody. Maybe he's actually the Antichrist. And then it comes out and he says, no, I was talking about putting brain chips in people to help like blind people to see. And it wasn't like 1984, but putting chips in everyone's mind to make them part of the new. And so that's how the media tars and feathers people, and I don't know. Can't trust anybody 100%. You got to be careful. But right now, it looks like Elon Musk is one of the good guys, and he's having a good time tormenting those poor liberal people. Oh boy. Okay, so this is Archie's TV Laugh Out number 21. Not my childhood copy. I would never have a childhood copy with a chipped corner it's gone. Can you imagine that? But all right, so we're getting close to looking at the X-Men comics from the Bronze Age. So we'll do that. But I think we're still in the middle looking at World's Finest, though, aren't we? Excuse me. Seriously, on StreamYard, do you yourself count as a viewer? I don't know if you do or not. But either I have 3 viewers or 2 viewers. I don't know. I'm trying to charge my phone. There were some World's Finest we were looking at last time. I know they're in the other. Let me grab them. Oh, man. This is a store that I used to shop at in Dallas. It's long gone. Forbidden Books and Video. Forbidden is still a store in Dallas, but it's now a very cool antique store, the type antique store that would have freak show, like genuine, real freak show banners and all kinds of medical machinery and amazing kitschy stuff. You know, it's an amazing store. But at that time in the 90s, he had exotic books, fetish, weird fiction, adult content, strange videos. It was basically a video store and a bookstore and a coffee shop all in one. It does not exist anymore, but this flyer does still exist. Okay, so I guess someone went away. Someone couldn't take it. Is Gotham City, are you already at work getting the store open, or are you still at home? I'll go get those World's Finest. I got a haircut the other day, so I look different. I'll tell you about that barber shop in a minute. Remind me. All right. Again, the address is in the chat if anyone wants to come on the show. You know, being book collectors or comic book collectors, we tend to think, I don't know, maybe you don't. I do. I tend to think about time a lot. You know, and we divide comics into different ages. You know, the golden age and the bronze and, you know, silver age, the bronze age, all that. And sometimes when I get a comic and a kid has written their name in it, and maybe there's a date stamp on the front, or the kid, you know, someone's gotten the comic as a birthday present or a Christmas present, and there's a date and a year written on the comic. And you think, well, gosh, he says, I'm here at the store, but we're closed. He's probably packing and he's got to move everything from it. Luckily, it's only a few blocks away, but it's still a monumental task. You just I think about time. Anyway, where I'm going with this, I got this haircut. The guy that cuts, it's a place called Dick's Barbershop. It's right in the town square, right next to the movie theater. It's playing the Black Panther movie that I have no interest in seeing. Anyway, this guy, I was telling my wife when I got off work, I'm going to the hobby shop, and I said, I'm sorry, I mean the barber shop, because the name Dick's, when I was a kid in the 60s, early 60s, I wasn't alive in the early 60s. Well, in the early part of my life, in the late 60s, and I guess into the early 70s, there was a hobby shop in San Antonio called Dick's Hobby Shop. And my older brother, who collected he did collect HO, but then he got into N-scale trains real big time. He was really into, he was always going to the hobby shops. So to me, when I hear Dick's, I think hobby shop. So that didn't sound right. Anyway, but anyway, this is Dick's Barbershop. And this guy, the barbershop is unchanged since it opened. And he's been working in that hobby. He's been working in that barbershop since 1961. So that means he was working there on the, when he heard about the Kennedy being shot that Thursday morning. He's been there in the same place since 1961. So, he's got the Fearless Fosdick Wild Root Cream Oil sign and the barber pole and everything is it's a complete mid-century barbershop. So, so he has to be in his 80s. If he started there when he was like 20, he has to be in his 80s. And so it's, and he's completely on the same wavelength politically. He knows exactly what's going on with the Bidens. And he says most people that come in are aware too, including Democrats. Very few Democrats are starting to wake up too. I mean, it's just so obvious what's happening in the world. But anyway, so he still charges $15 for a haircut. So I give him a 20. That's the tip, and it's just like a time warp. But he's been there forever. And then there was this tragedy in this small town. I don't think it's even broken 2,000 people in this town. But anyway, this young 15-year-old girl was killed last Thursday in an automobile accident. She was, just starting to drive, 15, and the deer season, a deer jumped in front of her car and she didn't want to kill the deer, and she swerved and I guess the car rolled and she didn't have the seatbelt on, so she was ejected. So this girl didn't get to live her life. And I'm thinking of this guy that, has been there basically forever in this barbershop. And it's like, and you just think about time and things like that, and these comic books and all the movies I watch, and it's like things are so surreal right now. Very surreal with what's going on in the world. I don't even know what to say. But what's going on makes Watergate look like nothing. Nothing. Anyway, you came here to look at comics. Oh, there's 5 people watching. That's incredible. Let's see what the show looks like on my walkie-talkie here. Okay. Oh, so we were in the middle of looking at World's Finest also. Let's see. Last time we met, which was last Sunday, coincidentally. So, some of these I need a bag and board. I was given a gift. I'm not a gifted person, but I was given a bunch of bags and boards by Captain Strangelife when he was in Iowa a while back. You ought to watch his latest episode on his channel. He shows going through the town that he was looking at and going through. He found a whole bunch of Big Little books, and that's another thing. You think about those Big Little books that were popular in the 30s and 40s, although they were still made into the 70s, possibly into the 80s. What is this ding? So it's a friend of mine telling me he survived getting that virus. I've had a cough forever, but I don't know what it's been. So I'd mention it, and then my mind I have to cough. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is just put a bag on this dollar comic, World's Finest. Oh, it's a wraparound cover. Look at this. Oh, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. All these heroes are not happy that Superman is unmasking Batman. Yes, it's November 1978. Yeah. Yeah, the dollar comics were an experiment. I think that's what I was saying when my phone ran out of power, that it was DC's bold experiment. They tried, what if we were to just to charge $1 and give them about the same number of pages as you'd have in a Golden Age comic? Maybe the kids would go for it. And I assume sales weren't good because the dollar comic experiment didn't last long. Let's see what Man Bear Pig is saying. Hey, Gratu, hope you're doing well. I've been sick since before Thanksgiving. Still have a lingering cough. Also, everywhere I go, people are coughing. It's nationwide. And I don't think, what else did he say? I'm worried about that cough, man. My cough? That's the only symptom is I cough. I've never smoked, never done any of that. Just, how about that? It's now bagged and boarded. What else do we have here? That one was number 253, an important key issue. This is 255. Here's another copy of 255. This is also a key issue, so it's important that I have two copies. And 256, May 1979, another key issue. Look, more of that demon action. I'm listening for any little sound. We had a problem with some mice. I started seeing these little bitty mice, right? Well, I found two dead ones in the basement. Then they were up in the attic. So who cares if the attic is where we sleep. It's the master bedroom. It's a converted attic. So that was not a good thing. So I had some old, probably 30 or more year old still in the wrapper mouse traps. I think that my father had bought probably. I don't remember ever buying a mouse trap. And they're kind of the old fashioned type you see in the cartoons. And it didn't seem to work. They just took the food off of it and it didn't go off. So I went to the hardware store and said, what's the best way, pet friendly, so you don't have to worry about and he says, these glue ones will work, these glue traps, but it's really horrible because they suffocate and they're screaming for mercy and stuff. You go, oh shit. But we can't have these mice, They're cute. I don't want to kill. I'm living in hunter land. I respect hunters. I respect farmers and all this, but I could never butcher an animal and I could never shoot an animal. It would just drive me. I guess I would have to if we were back to Mad Max world, which could happen. But, I'm kind of like a Buddhist, I see a worm in the street, it's getting hot. It's about to get baked. And I've even done it live on the show. I picked up a worm and thrown it back into the grass, I don't want to kill things, man. Anyway, so I put the glue trap out and sure enough, I came back and there's the mouse in there sideways, still alive. It's like, oh my God. So I put it into a bag, took it out sealed it, put it on the trash can, and then I set that trap again and put some the trap again that had not gone. Yeah, I set it. It was still set, but I put some dog food there. And then it got another mouse, and I don't think there's any more now. So just have to be real careful with food up in that attic. And it turned out there had been some leftover Halloween candy that had been scattered on my wife's desk. It was shit that neither of us wanted, and it was like, oh, that was part of what they were feasting on. So I killed a couple mice, man. I'm the big white hunter. And what else did I do? It's just been an exciting time. Been working a lot. Nothing exciting here. Okay, you were here to look at comic books. Are these done? Are you finished looking at this shit? Yeah. I noticed, whenever I see this demonic stuff, I notice it now. You start to realize these people are everywhere. This Ball Saganaga or whatever, Ballpark and Naka. What is this Spanish company that has all these horrible things in their ads? And then it turns out, in that really satanic and rainbow-colored TV show, American Horror Story, a few years ago, and some season that had dealt with witches when they were being burned, they all shouted as they were being burned, Balsacanaga, or Balsanag, whatever that stupid word is. And these people are all a bunch of, it's evil, and they're all tied in with it. All Hollywood, all these fucking people. That mask that Kanye West was wearing when he was talking to Alex Jones was a ball sack a wacka thing. This is a fucking. I'm sorry. This is a gosh darn G. Willikers annoying thing. I showed you these Snack Bar Confidential magazines the other night on the incredible Graphic Man show. What is this? Oh, it's a ticket. My friend gave me a free ticket. Roger Daltrey performing all the songs from The Who's Tommy on Wednesday, October 12th, 2011. So I have the ticket for that. I got everything. Well, so I don't see anyone coming on. King Dinosaur is worried about my cough. Anyone want to come on? Again, the link to come on here is this. I'm sure people will be getting home from church soon. I don't know. Maybe, possibly. Okay. That's issue 253. This one's 243. Six. Yeah, we looked at that one. 250. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here is World's Finest, number 257. Oh, Gotham City. It says devices not connected. It looks like Gotham City may be attempting to come on. Yes. And if he does, he can show us inside Gotham City Comics. Yes, it's the amazing 257. Let me see if I can. Oh, what's going on? Eric Breen is here. Good morning, Grotu. Thanks for sending me down the creator interviews rabbit hole. I've already watched 4 of them. Oh, there's a new one. And I don't remember the guy's name, but he has a Japanese last name. He looks incredibly Italian with wavy Jim Steranko white hair. And it was just put, I'll look it up here in a minute. But he was a golden age artist, and he worked for the Quality Comics studio there for a while. And most of these guys in these interviews that Eric Breen's talking about that are on the Comic Book Historians uh, website, they have nice stories to tell. This guy roasts big time people. He talks about how much he hated Will Eisner and that it was a sweatshop and let's see. Oh, Gotham. I think Gotham City Comics. Maybe he's coming on without a picture. Let's see if we can get him in. Hello, can you hear me? Gotham City? I don't know. It looks like he hasn't gotten his camera worked out yet. But yeah, he has stories about. Then he roasts Will Eisner for, the depiction of ebony and stuff. But his father was Japanese, and he was in. I guess he was brought into the Navy in World War II, and they found out he was an artist that drew Uncle Sam, the superhero for the comics. And so they had him going around making portraits of all the important people on base, the base commander, whoever. And then some people came in and said, you have to be off the base in 3 hours by, blah, blah, 100 hours. And because you were an enemy alien, because they realized that they should have realized this, in a Japanese last name. But, you really have to look. It's very, here, let me see if I can't find the guy's name. So they're still putting some of these interviews up. I'll share the screen. Remember how to do that. Gotham City Comics, I think maybe you need to try to reconnect. I'm going to just remove you from the screen and maybe try to, if you want to come on, try again to try to reconnect. And because it's not showing me anything but a circle. Okay. It used to say share, but I think it now is present. Share, yeah, and then it goes to share screen, home tab, Comic Book Historians, share. Okay, so what you're wanting to do is look up Comic Book Historians and go to his playlist, and you want this David Armstrong interview playlist. This is what Eric Breen's referring to.
Oh, Chalice is about to send us some.
Oh, shut up. And you can just watch them in order. John Buscema, John Romita Sr. It's like, and they have the when the interviews were from 2001, 2001. And then the most recent will be at the end. Then there's a deleted video at the end. It looks like he just deleted one. So he put up a 2005 Jerry Robinson interview, but the latest one is this Bob Fujitani from 2005. And it's like a 41-minute interview. Yeah, right.
Steve
Singing
that shit threw me. Yes, sir.
Where were you born?
Bush, New York, Hudson River on the west side.
Where are your parents born?
This guy tells it like it is. This guy is not polite. So anyway, Eric Breen, if you want to come on, you have to have the. Oh, Gotham City's working now. I guess if someone would go to Twitter and send Eric Breen the link, if you could cut and paste the link that I have there in the chat and send it to him on Twitter, then he could come on. It looks like Gotham City is on. Let's see what it's up with him. Hello, Gotham City. Can you hear me? Looks like your microphone is shut off, possibly. Is that something I can fix, maybe? I don't know. I think you have to unmute your microphone. Okay, so we're seeing the interior of his store. Oh, there, I can hear you now. So is that a real one?
You can hear?
I can hear you now. Is that a real giant size X-Men or is that a reproduction?
No, but I just sold one. I just sold my copy.
Did you?
No, it's one of those metal tin cans.
Oh, it's a sign. Okay. You just sold one, huh? I was about to go through my 70s X-Men and show them, and I was going to tell the story of how when I was in fifth grade, this friend of mine, fifth grade was the 75, 76 school year. And this friend of mine said, you've got to buy these new X-Men comics. And I just kind of blew him off and didn't. Then when we were living in Tacoma, Washington, when we moved to Texas, I remembered what he said and I started buying them. But if I'd listened to him then, it would have been so much better. But oh well. His name was Roland Perry. Wherever you're at, you were right. I should have started buying the new X-Men. Let's see. Is it possible to tilt your phone sideways so we get like a widescreen image? I don't know how that works.
Let me try. Hold on.
All right. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Let me tell you what. I'll give you a full screen, and you can give us a tour of the store. And again, you're in Mesa, Arizona. So these are covers that people have drawn, like hand-drawn covers. Or what are these?
Oh, those are black sketch covers.
Sketch covers. Okay. I always thought if I had one, I would see those mice are giving me a flashback, man. I guess it's because it's Catwoman. You got the mice there. I was just dealing with those little critters. Look just like that. Yeah, I always thought if I had a blank cover, I would make it like completely like a Tijuana Bible. I wouldn't be very respectful. But now I painted one for you, but I kept it G-rated. The Green Hornet collection. Now, what is that? CDs or cassettes? Oh, cassettes, right? Yeah, that's neat. Of course, now you can just get an infinite amount of these old radio broadcasts on YouTube. But yeah, I've always loved old time radio. Yeah, I have that one. A lot of people don't know that Batman appeared on the Superman radio show. And I believe, didn't Kryptonite originate on the radio show? I could be wrong. We need someone like Eric Breen on to confirm stuff like that. But I do know that the reason Superman says up, up, and away is just so on radio, you know, he's taking off. He had to have some, then they would have the whoosh of the wind. And that was just so you could visualize, okay, he's taking off now. Yeah, yeah. Do you keep your Silver Age comics or the older comics separated in your store, or are they mixed in with? Okay. Oh, those are good. How are those priced? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Which ones?
Oh, just those older Superman comics. So I'm just curious. 250. Okay. That sounds about right. Did those come in with the Western comics, these superhero ones from the same owner?
Yeah, these are from the same collection.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, those are a lot better than the world's finest dollar comics I'm showing from 1979 for sure. Man, you should come on the Four Color Fossil show sometime. Are you old enough to be a fossil? I don't even know how old you are.
I'm in my 40s.
Okay, yeah, you'd qualify. Those Savage Sword of Conan's, yeah, I knew you were going to show those. Those would be of interest, I think. A lot of people have been showing those on the Wednesday night show. I might be interested in some of the early ones. It doesn't look like they're in any order. The ones that have no UPC code are going to be more the time period I'm interested in. Eric Breen says, I second that. You're close enough. We'll round up. And Paulo he's in his 40s. Oh wow. What issue of House of Mystery is that? Oh, that's only $10. Is it what kind of condition is it in? I can't really tell. It must not be too good if oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, that's a little yeah. Oh, that Madhouse Annual. What is what is that? Is it says reprints the first Sabrina? I think you're getting my voice on a delay. Um, reprints the first 1965. Let me see that. How many Madhouses do you have? I guess I don't know if I've ever asked you about your Archie selection. I'm um So that's a 1965 issue. Yeah, if you could throw that in my hold pile, I think I would like to buy that maybe when I get paid. That be if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I'll throw it in your box.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's about a 15-second delay because when I say something, yeah, it's all right. I have to get used. Since I don't understand how Nixon talked to those guys on the moon, but now the technology has regressed. Something a little funny about that. And he was using like a rotary dial phone. Do you have other issues of Madhouse or Sabrina type comics, that kind of stuff?
Most of my stuff's packed up right now.
Oh, of course, yeah. How much is that Captain Marvel Jr. there? $50. How much was that space comic? $25. Is that in good shape? Just that one little chunk gone, but is that the only major flaw? Oh, that too. Oh, I see. Still pretty cool. So people come in here into this shop with all these amazing books, and then they go for the Funko Pops. Can you imagine? How much is your superhero women book? Oh, nice. Oh, he's got the Skeleton Men of Jupiter. I can't read. Is it 20?
The superhero women book is 70.
Oh, 70. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's nice. That's a John Carter story, and that Amazing Stories. I'm pretty sure, isn't it? Where he's fighting the skeleton. That's what does that say? 50? Yeah, Skeleton Men of Jupiter, Red Gray Sparrows, 75. That actually is kind of cool. I mean, sometimes those Funko Pops kind of look cool. I hate to say it. When are you trying to be moved to the new shop by the new year, or is that too soon?
By Christmas, hopefully.
Okay. Are you going to have to shut down for a few days, or are you going to do it just before and after work?
Yeah, we just do it before and after work, and on the Sundays and Mondays when we're closed.
You had a Horror from the Tomb book up there next to that black and white Morbius and Silver Surfer book. Is that a reproduction or a real old book?
Reproduction.
The ones they sell on eBay. Yeah.
No, it's something from Diamond.
Oh, okay. Are you in downtown or in a suburb? I've never been to Mesa.
I'm downtown.
Okay. How much is that? Just out of curiosity, the Batman with the gigantic cape, the what's it? Todd McFarlane thing. I have it. I'm just curious what it's worth.
This one's 50, but it's a second print. The only way you can tell the difference is if you open it up and look on the inside.
Oh, okay. What would a first printing be worth?
I guess it depends on the condition.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good. Never seen that. The Tigra. Oh, you've got a whole ocean shark section. Myra, are you there? So. Oh boy, Tiki Bar supplies. I didn't know they were doing all this tiki stuff. Hey, Myra. Myra Greenblatt is here. Why is Frankenstein pink? I'm not sure I understand that. Strange.
Maybe to match the artwork here.
Oh, okay. I remember that thing. That's pretty cool. How much is that? Is that old or is that a
Too much.
newly 18? That's not okay, so that's not from the 70s. That's new.
No, just made to.
Yeah, yeah. I saw the name of the company. It's fake. That's a strange color. Man Bear Pig says, I sometimes wonder if I could own a comic collectible shop. My hatred of most people might be a hindrance. Well, I've always noticed in comic stores that a lot of comic book store shop owners can barely hide their contempt of people. But yeah, I think that's kind of what comic stores are famous for is people that. So when you find a comic store that's operated by people that are that have good social skills, it's very kind of jarring. Um, Usually they're very snooty, but um, like the stereotypical Simpsons comic store. Hmm, I've never seen that. The thing that would bother me is if when customers come in and they want Star Wars or Funko Pops, when all this cool stuff is in the store, that's where I would like have a little contempt for them. But there's a lot of money in people buying that Star Wars and Funko Pop stuff, unfortunately. Hmm. Oh, Apollo's here.
Hey guys,
Hey, Paulo.
what's going on?
Not too much.
Lazy
Feel-
Sunday.
Yeah, feel free to chime in. We're just kind of looking at this store that's in Mesa, Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
And looks like Meyer Greenblatt. Can you be heard? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh,
Can you
okay.
hear me? You guys
All
hear me?
right. Well, I'll give
Yeah, we can
Gotham
hear you.
full. Yeah, we can hear each other. Just so feel free to talk. I think he's hearing us on a slight delay, but feel free to ask any questions. And if you see something you want or something, oh, he's getting a phone call.
Very nice looking shop. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, yeah. What you're not seeing is what he's already moved to the new location. And when he showed me Friday night, he had a giant 6 foot tall Godzilla in the store, but I think the owner of that took it back because it wasn't going to be room in the new store or something. So anyway,
I've never been much for merchandising. It takes up too much room, and I don't know. I prefer accumulating comics.
yeah,
So,
but the stuff he's got in the store is a lot more interesting than what the average comic shop has in their store.
sure.
But
Sure,
and he's
and everything looks great. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't like it. It's just that I made a conscious decision not to take up that much room with something like that. But I would like to have some things. So maybe every once in a while, if I have money, I'd like to try having one cool thing.
yeah. Um. Wow. So. All right, he's back. Well, the next time they release a virus and they say to wear a mask when you go in stores, you can just wear one of those. Be a lot more interesting than those cloth masks.
They're not homologated.
Well, they just say put on a mask. That's all the sign says at the supermarket. That's a mask. Hey. Friar Tuck says, now how did you get hooked up with Gotham City Comics, too? I think Gotham City Comics was just watching the channel or Four Color Fossils, and pretty sure that's how. I've never been to Arizona or anything. Oh, he's a mummy. I see. I remember seeing the first issue of the Mutant Turtles on the stand at Lone Star Comics and not being impressed. And of course, I was. What year did that come out? I don't know what age I would have been, but I wasn't that enthused.
84, I think.
84. Okay, so I was in early college, and it just looked to me like some fan-made attempt to fuse Ronin with X-Men and be cutesy with this title. And who knew that it was going to become a huge merchandising thing? And if I just picked up that issue, it'd be valuable. But oh man, they're trying to be really creative.
Excuse me. Yeah, I gave away that first issue to a guy that helped me fix my girlfriend's boat.
What is that thing worth now?
I don't know. I didn't care about it at the time. It wasn't the first printing. It was like the third printing of the first issue, but it was still probably $100 book or something. But I didn't even really care. He wanted it, and I was grateful for him fixing the boat.
Friar Tech says, what if Paulo had a house the size of Gratu? Would he buy merch then?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if you specialize in things that you collect, then you can develop a much more impressive collection. If you diffuse it your money too much, then it's going to be scattered. Everybody else shows all these Golden Age comics every Wednesday, and I'm just like, here's a menu that I found in a restaurant or something. I don't have because
I'd probably go for car miniatures.
Yeah.
Or maybe something even a bit more mainstream that's not very expensive, like Matchbox cars. I mean, the older ones probably are expensive, but Matchbox keeps putting out new stuff, and those they do look pretty cool, especially when they do they do some imaginative looking cars that don't really exist. But there are a few themes that you can buy a 3-pack or a 4-pack.
But would you leave them on the cards, or would you take them out?
I'd probably leave them on the cards, because then I would exhibit them by hanging them up, because the way the cards are designed to be hung up, so in the store. So I'd probably do the same thing.
Yeah.
I do both. I still collect diecast. I love diecast. Like the small size, like Matchbox and Hot Wheels, all the way up to like the larger scale, like 1/25th or 1/24th. And then the Corgi size too. And
Yeah.
I display some cars still on the cards, but then I also have these cases full of loose cars.
Yeah, in the 80s, you could buy a lot of stuff in Portugal from the French brand Majorette.
Yeah, I
those
know
were-
the brand. I know the brand.
So that I mean, they're not as good looking as Matchbox or even as Corgi, but because I had a lot of them and I would play around with them, and at the time Majorette specialized in models that that Matchbox would not go for, including a lot of cars that would just be normal family cars. And Matchbox always went for the sports versions.
Right.
Then I had a couple of Burago 124s, which I tried to use as toys, and they're not supposed to be.
Do you think it would be more fun to collect model kit cars or those Matchboxes?
To me, Matchbox. I don't want to assemble. We'll spend time assembling them. Just buying them fully formed.
That's pretty cool. That Ghost Rider lunchbox.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad
Yeah, I
they
really
make
like
it in 1974. You know, but oh man,
Oh man,
that I have to
Goodness.
admit that's pretty neat. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Is that a brand new thing? Like very recently put out? He's on a delay.
I can't hear anything. I'm gonna maybe step out and come back in.
Oh, okay. Michael Taylor says hi, Greg 2 Horror Mike is doing a live stream at 12 p.m. Yeah, I know. I'm trying not to cut into his time. I just realized that when I was going on. Unless actually 12 o'clock his time might be in 3 minutes. I didn't realize that, but oh well. I'll try not to. Oh shoot! What happened? He disappeared. Oh, let me get you guys on. I guess his phone ran out of juice or something. Let's get this layout. Yeah, that's a pretty cool store. Yeah, Matchbox. Those are cool. Yeah. Sometimes when people get a bunch of things together on a wall and they all have the same header card, the same art, it doesn't look too good. But if all of those Matchboxes have art on the card that depicts that car, then I understand keeping it in the package. What looks horrible to me is when people have walls of Funko Pops. I think the packaging on those is very ugly and generic.
Yeah. I have one Funko Pop I got for my birthday once, and it's the Phantom, so it's a favorite.
Oh yeah, the only thing I was saying, Gotham City Comics. I guess I was wondering what that Ghost Rider lunchbox costed, what it cost, and what like when it was made. I assume in the last year or so or months.
There's something right up here that was on the wall. I just looked that you would probably like, Paula.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, let me
With
give it full screen so you can see
That
it.
looks great. Yeah.
This is these Hot Wheels team transporters,
Mm-hmm.
and they're really cool sets. That they're metal bottoms and rubber tires. Very nice,
Oh,
very
nice.
high quality.
Yeah, very good, very good. Yeah, the Mazda 7887 was the only car with a rotary engine at Le Mans, and it accidentally won Le Mans in 1991, but not that specific car. It was the one with red and green painting with the Renown backing.
Yeah. Oh, flip the camera so it's like widescreen. The phone, if you can.
I used to have an RX-7. I loved my Mazda.
Mhm. I'm actually test driving a CX-60 this week.
Oh,
It's the new midsize SUV.
so they have the same thing on both sides of that box, huh? Oh, $25.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the few important issues that I actually own is the one with that cover, that first Ghost Rider. I bought it at the 7-Eleven when I was in second grade. Yeah, but I guess they're just thinking you'll just put it on display so they don't need you to have something on different on the other side. It's not actually going to be taken by kids to school.
No, but I'd probably take it to work. Me, in 25 bucks for a case in the thermos, it's not that expensive.
Yeah. There was a guy in college that was he was an interesting guy. He looked like somewhere between Elvis and Marlon Brando, and he always wore combat pants, camouflage combat pants, and he was like something out of another world. I mean, he like right out of the 50s with a pompadour. He had cigarettes rolled up in his sleeve. He was able to have the cigarette hanging just so, I'm not a smoker, but he looked so cool smoking. And he brought a Captain America lunchbox to college. He didn't give a fuck, I guess it was that whatever that Marvel lunchbox was that had all the heroes on it. But I just remember seeing Captain America. It was like he was part of the art department. And so let's see. What is this now? I want to watch your show, but I'm always in the Horror Mike chat. Okay, so I guess Horror Mike is on now. I didn't know you were on. I just cut your show a few minutes ago. Okay, well, I guess I'm in trouble. Go away. Says what does he say? He has eyeballs, I guess. Oh, he's back on. Let me get. I mean, that's pretty cool. What does it do? Oh.
Cute.
Oh.
That's pretty cool. I haven't seen this.
Well, if you have a Barbie dream house, you could put that in her living room.
But Ken is watching, and then Ken will say to Barbie, "Hey, Barbie, get your ass to the kitchen and get me a beer." Nice.
Wow.
Technology it's mind bending, isn't it?
Yeah. I think I saw that a few years ago at a pinball convention because I think they had done a 1966 Batman pinball machine and they were selling that as like something. If you had that, this would be a cool thing to have with it. Go Away says, well, that TV is cool. I want one. That is pretty cool. Wow. Yeah, where's the good stuff? Yeah, that one. I asked him to put it in my hold stack. He put a bunch of westerns in a stack for me that I'm gonna pick at them. Maybe get 3 or 4 a month, and or whenever I have money. Um, uh, those are some of the ones I put on hold. But he has a bunch of other westerns that I didn't put on hold. If you guys are looking for westerns, I couldn't get them all. Yeah, I think Horror Mike has Michael Dodd on his show, from what I understand. Or I could put Michael Dodd on the. We could watch Michael Dodd on this channel, and we could comment. I could just share the screen, and we could watch it. Let's see. Go away says the GameStop has that Batman TV, $25. Well, yeah, there's no GameStop around here either. Are those arcade games still working?
Yeah, we see that. Okay.
Have you had any celebrities come into your store?
Yeah, we had celebrities here.
I mean, that just came in without an invitation?
Mostly musicians.
Oh, okay. That thing's cool there. He showed me that the other night.
That's crazy. Like, literally crazy.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Yeah.
So someone made a sign of that. Oh
Ooh.
no, that's a record player.
Wow.
I've been told those Crosleys aren't very good on your records, but that sure is cool looking. And at Walmart, Crosley has made a like an old 1940s looking jukebox that you can get for $499. It doesn't change records, but it has you can reach in and put a record or 45 or 33 or 78 RPM. It'll play CDs and it'll take Bluetooth and it'll light up and everything. So it's like an inexpensive way to have something that kind of looks sort of like a jukebox in your house. I saw that on YouTube. There's another great Charlie Brown panel where he's looking at a comic book rack and he says, "What a beautiful gory layout." And it's all a bunch of pre-code bloody horror comics.
Yeah, I love that. I think you might have posted that on Instagram recently, didn't you?
Yeah, I probably did. Yeah.
I love
just
that
thought
old style of Schultz's, the original Peanut style.
Yeah. Man, I wish I could get all those people that are on Instagram to subscribe to my YouTube, because then I could, in theory, monetize the channel. Because I have enough viewing hours, I just don't have enough subscribers.
Well, you can. I mean, if you take if you get a picture of something that you're showing, and then write about it, and then put the link in the bio for that day.
I've tried all that, but it might be that I need to provide a better link. I just expect people to go and type in my name, but I do have a link at the top of the Instagram page. I think that'll click you right through to it. But I think a lot of people are more interested in Instagram than they are in YouTube. And
yeah, well, if you mention, okay, so you do the screenshot or an image with it. Make sure write a caption for it for when you post, and the last thing you write on the post is link video link in the bio, and they press your name and they see the link and it takes them straight to the video. So if you do that once a day, you'll need to remember to change the link in your bio every day. Otherwise, it'll just, you can keep the one for the channel, but people want to have as little work as possible. So if you change the link specifically for the video every day, they'll go directly to it. So instead of, and if they like the channel, they'll subscribe to it anyway.
Yeah. Well, I try to every so often put something on Instagram that will get people to unfollow if they wouldn't like my channel anyway. It's like, so I'll put something like, we're praying for you, Mr. Trump, and then it's like people will put quickest unfollow ever, and then it's just like it purges out all of these people, and then I don't have to worry about their feelings anymore.
A purity test.
Yeah. So let's see. Graphic Man says, "Oh, cool! It's Gotham City, Meyer, and Paulo." Yeah, and I think I'm on against Horror Mike, so I'm being a rat fang. I'm in this. Oh shit! Yeah, Graphic Man's down there, hidden at the bottom. I didn't even see him.
Yeah, Horror Mike started 4 minutes ago. So
well, but he he may have started after me, but he scheduled it before me because I saw that I
Mhm.
saw it yesterday that he was going to be on, but I just forgot. I don't
No,
even
but
remember
it's-
what day it is.
Well, we could move there. I mean, he's talking about creepy, eerie, and Frazetta and Corbin. So
Oh, is he? Well, we could always watch from this channel. It'd be on the side, and I could stream.
I have them on the big screen. I'm kind of a regular person over there. I'm watching them on the big TV.
Oh, okay. Hey, Graphic Man, what's up?
Hello. I just noticed you guys were doing this. I thought I'd say
I
hi
was-
to Gotham City. Is he there?
Yeah, well, he's got a delay.
Oh, okay.
Like when you say something to him, he hears it about 15 seconds later, and looks like he put his phone down. I don't know when his store opens, but Mesa, Arizona is probably not Central Time. Is that Mountain Time?
Yeah, it's probably 10 o'clock there.
Oh, then he either opens at 11 or 12. I don't know, but he was giving a tour of his store. He's in the middle of moving, but
Oh, fantastic.
I was talking to him Friday night, and he had a bunch of Western comics. We looked at a video of him once, and I was getting some other stuff from him, and I said I'd like to get a few of those Westerns. So we did a video call, and he showed, I put some in a hold stack, and then he kind of gave me a tour of his store, and then he just called in. Today I was just wanting to film a show because I hadn't done one in a week, and my phone didn't have a charge, so I thought, well, I'll just go live, and I was just going to go through comics and stuff. But
Speaking of Western, I'll show this to Meyer. Here's a Guandanaland two-gun kid I'll be showing this Wednesday.
okay, well, let me get you full screen. So is it got color in? Does it have color inside?
Fantastic color. Yeah.
Wow, very nice.
No.
And
When did you get that? Because I mean, you can't really even buy his stuff anymore.
yesterday, check out the ads, Gratu. See?
Oh, does he
Where'd you-
normally have ads in Guandanaland?
Don't recall. But very nice. I'll show you some more. Oh, here's Red Rider.
No, nice.
That's nice.
What did it cost?
2025 is on eBay.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a great deal. That's a great deal, man.
Yeah, the Amazon may still have a few that they haven't sold.
Right. I heard you talking about that. That's terrible news.
Well, they're starting to upload a lot to Barnes and Noble, but
The price will be more. Yeah.
yes, it'll be more.
Yeah, that
Anyway.
book you have right there, Micah, was probably like a $60 book originally.
So I'm going to be showing this Wednesday. You recently saw my Two Gun Kid number 3 I have, the real deal. So I went looking for number 2. And this came up. It's Two Gun Kid number 2, but the book produces books 6 through 10. Why they chose the cover of number 2, except that it's volume 2. So for all I know, volume 1 has number 1 on it. But
Yeah.
it seemed a little odd to me, but I was aiming for number 2. I don't know if I'll ever be able to afford a number 2, but since I had number 3, I thought, why don't I take a shot at it? But
Wow, that's it's very confusing, all the different formats they have. Well, it's somewhat confusing. All the, you can get it with soft cover, hard cover, you can get it black and
Right.
white or color interior.
Meyer, what do you have? Like 20 of those Guandanalands?
Yeah, probably 20 or 30. I'm looking at them now. I ended up getting quite a few in like the past 2 years, I think. I
And
probably
did you
got
ever
20.
get slightly different? Did you ever get volume 2 of Bone? And have
Yeah,
you read?
I'm all the way up to I'm finished volume 3 and I already have volume 4.
So you survived the Great Cow Race.
Yeah, I'm sold. I'll be buying them all. I enjoy it. I'm enjoying the series, and I like the format. They're inexpensive on Amazon. They're all about $10 a piece, and I enjoy them.
Oh, good. It'll get weird the more he gets into his story, but
I'm hoping for it.
yeah.
I'm gradually going through all these books and bagging and boarding them, and yeah. Let's see. Movie World says Bone was excellent. Let's see. I'm gonna give myself the screen to kind of go through some books, and if you want to chime in on any of them as I go, looks like I have 2 copies of World's Finest 257, and then 259. What the heck? This guy looks real happy. There, right. Interesting. Yeah, the dollar comics were. It was a pretty strange time period. What did you guys think of the dollar comics at the time?
As a kid, I hated paying that.
Yeah. It didn't go longer than maybe a year, did it? Shit.
I didn't buy any of them. The price was prohibitory for me because of my budget was like 3 or 4 or 5 35 or 30-cent comics a week. And so that would be like cutting out 3 of my comics for just some DC book that I wasn't into.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, this is
those dollar comics were good if you were not a regular buyer, but if you enjoyed a comic every now and then.
right.
And especially because the stories are picked out as the best ones.
Yeah, and like Meyer said, by the time I picked up my Marvel titles and my Funny Animal Disney titles, there was no budget for.
Right. Yeah, a lot of these I've gotten more recently. This one's not in too good a shape. Eeh. This one's got some kind of moisture damage on the back. Maybe because it's got this horrible guy on the cover. Yeah, it was, and all the stories are new stories. I kind of like the thicker issues to have old reprints in them. Anyway, I'm just trying to get these all this stuff bagged and boarded, and Captain Strangelife gave me some bags and boards when he kind of met me halfway between where he was visiting and where I'm at, and he had a bunch of bags and boards he didn't use anymore. And yeah, I mean, I don't think it was the greatest time period. It wasn't World's Finest. It must have been what was the comic where the original Batman died? Was that Adventure? One of the dollar comic adventures? Because it doesn't seem to be one of these.
I'm not familiar with the story.
Yeah, it's apparently one of those key issues people seek out. And then, so that's $274, and by 300, it was $1.25. So you weren't really that into DC.
I was not a regular DC customer. I would buy DC on vacation or at my aunt at the 7-Eleven by my aunt and my uncle's house. I would, if it was the best thing on the rack that day. But my weekly trips to the comic shop, once I became a regular, like in 7th and 8th grade, I was very structured on what titles I was buying every week. and DC wasn't really there, with the exception of Warlord. Warlord was really my only regular DC title.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. It really wasn't the best time period for DC. It's the same thing. Let's say I have duplicates. And 314. I'm trying to get to the X-Men. That should be the next thing in the box. But okay, Gotham City's back. He's got his phone in his hand again.
Oh, good.
All right. So what are you up to, Gotham City? His name is actually Kevin, by the way.
Kevin doesn't look very good.
Let me give him full screen.
I was looking for headphones. I couldn't find any.
Oh, okay.
All I can hear.
That's
Okay.
one of the greatest things in the world. I have several copies of that. What are you selling that for? Yes. Oh, that's a good price.
Is that Terry Funk I see?
I had never heard of this Vader guy until I saw him on the cover of a Marvel comic, and then I looked for him on YouTube, and apparently that he was like a wrestler in the 80s, maybe
90s, yeah.
90s. Okay.
Gratu, Eric Breen says Adventure Comics 462.
Oh, okay. I have that issue. I just wasn't sure what it was. Yeah, they had a storyline where the original Golden Age Batman died, and they had his funeral and everything. And shit. Yeah, I saw some of the England Teen auction last night, a little bit of it, and it looked like they had some good comics on there.
Frankenrock. Never seen that.
I've never seen that issue of Zap Comics.
With Wonder Warthog.
Is that this year's issue? edition.
Really nice cover on that
Yeah.
price.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, newest one.
The heck? That's just under a comic book table.
It's the old intern from last year.
I bet that scares people.
He's waiting for comics to be good again.
Yeah. It's gonna be a long wait.
Very impressive store.
He's saying it used to be a gym, so he has a shower in the back. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, yeah. Those Warren issues of Spirit, I think, are great.
I love them as well. That's how I first read the Spirit. The first time I ever saw Eisner was in the Spirit.
I was telling Eric Breen earlier that one of those interviews by one of the comic art, I always love that cover. One of the comic artists from the Golden Age was saying that Will Eisner was a real son of a bitch and how he operated his sweatshop. He really did not like Will Eisner one bit. And it's like, it's weird to hear these stories.
That's interesting.
Yeah, you got to listen to those interviews on the Comic Book Historians channel. So, oh, that's neat.
There he is.
That Trump cover, could we see that one more time?
Oh, was that supposed to be the bomb that he was carrying in the movie? Yeah.
I guess Burt Ward has like the best dog food out there or something, right?
Yeah, it did seem to make our dog a lot more healthy when we bought it. It's very expensive. They were carrying it at Target. He claims that he has dogs that live to be like 25 years old eating it. And the ingredients on it, my wife looked, they are healthy. It's just I'd have to drive to, I guess, Des Moines to get to a Target. I feel like it's like going through the stuff here at the house, just piles of random stuff. You don't know really how to organize it.
Yeah, I have it here at my place too. Every once in a while, I'll think of something that I want to like maybe make a video about or something, but then I often don't have the energy to actually go find that item, to go get it out of a box or something, or
Right.
So it just I put it in the back of my head.
Did you guys, the Tick comic book? A friend of mine told me I should read it, but then when the Tick cartoon started, I thought that it was brilliant, and then I'd go back and look at the comic, and the comic to me did not seem as great as that cartoon on Saturday morning, unless I was just, I don't know. That's just how sometimes to me the adaptation is better than the original. These must be later issues of Epic. I've never seen them. I'm trying to remember if I have that Superboy Treasury edition. I think I do. Yeah, that's like me. I've got newspapers from when big movies came out, and oh yeah, you've got the Stranko book. Oh wow.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Was that Bern? That looked like Bern Hogarth to you guys, or is that Al, the other person? Who would have been drawing Tarzan in 1944?
It looked like Vern Hogarth. I'm not sure.
Bloom County. Or Doonesbury. That was the guy from Doonesbury.
Yeah.
The Hunter S. Thompson guy. That's a nice looking set. Goodness, I've never seen that. Where the bodies are buried.
What kind of condition was that All-Star Comics famous first edition in that you showed about a few minutes ago? I just went in the closet and saw I do have that Superboy. I do
Which
have
one are you
that.
looking at?
Yeah, I know. I was looking to see if I have that. I do have that, but I don't have that All-Star Comics. Chris, I'm not sure if these are even for sale. That looks interesting too. Screwball Comics. It's a little beat up. Like very beat up. Or well loved. That's when they stopped putting the covers inside because they knew people were fooling people and selling them. Well, it looks like it's still fun to read. What would that be worth in that kind of condition?
Looked like a very good to me.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll give it to you. Just pay for the shipping on it.
Oh, okay. Well, just throw it in my box then, if it fits. When you get a chance. Did your friend move the giant Godzilla out of the store already?
There's some more charging. No, Godzilla's still here. I'll show you guys in a second.
Oh, okay.
It's very good.
Yeah, I'm not sure which ones of those I have. I don't think I have that one either. That was what got me into Marvel Comics superheroes, that particular issue. I don't have that Ghost. That's pretty cool. How are those priced? Are they priced yet? He's got a few seconds delay. Oh, there it is. Look at that thing.
Wow. How tall is that?
It looks like it's human sized. Apparently, it's belongs to one of his customers. He just has it there, I guess, probably to not annoy his wife.
I'll say so. It's about 10 hands high.
12 to 16 inches.
Oh, more than that.
I'm not sure.
4
Not
feet,
sure.
5 feet. Looks like it's about 4 or 5 feet to me. I don't know.
I was gonna say it's not taller than my waistline, which probably makes it very it makes it very tall for a statue.
I think he just got in a whole bunch of Savage Sword of Conans, like maybe the whole run. So if you need to fill any holes, he just got a couple of days ago. He was telling me.
Hot Touch Godzilla.
Oh,
Oh, he's got a toenail.
I don't think this is a regular statue, you guys.
Now
You know
all
what I mean?
those signatures, yeah, on the base.
This is from Japan. This is a production, and if it is a statue, it's a small number, these are Japanese signatures, right?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
do not touch Godzilla. You don't see that sign in many stores.
Yeah, this is signed by everybody that's ever worn a Godzilla suit.
Oh.
Huh.
Wow.
You want a ladder or something?
And it's a model kit. It's about 4 feet tall. Yeah, my customer built them.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm on a ladder.
Very cool. It's made out of resin. It must be really heavy.
Look at the tail way over here.
Wow.
I guess that's a little hard to display in the average house, which is probably why it's there in the store.
Yeah, imagine if you had like a big, mansion with a foyer and you had this like as your centerpiece in your foyer. How cool would that be?
Yeah, I'd love to have it surrounded by the Shogun warriors.
You know, in the entryway of the house where the double staircase is and the chandelier, and usually there's that big ornate table with the flower bouquet, but instead you have a 4-foot tall Godzilla.
There's Nancy.
Yeah, Lori Lightfoot again.
Huh.
That's crazy. I've never seen that. Gamera.
Wow.
That's a great Gamera mask. I've never seen that either. Maybe that's a bust.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that's a mask.
Oh, it is a mask.
Wow.
Yeah, perfect for the next round of COVID.
Exactly.
100%.
Can you imagine shopping in a Safeway with that thing on? Well, I've never been in a comic store with this amount of cool other stuff. Duncanville books kind of came close, but no, not as it didn't have this amount of monster stuff. Oh, the exterior. Oh no. Once your store moves, that table's gonna have an interesting. People are gonna wonder why it says Gotham City on it. What time does your store open? Probably in a. Oh. Oh yeah, Arizona looks very different, doesn't it? Architecture.
I'll take that table with me. It's still been out here for 11 years. It's been thrown through a bank window.
It has? That's where your sign was? You already took it down? Oh, moving cell.
January 1st. All right. There we go.
Wow.
He was telling me some of his display racks are on wheels. He's going to have to actually roll them to his new store. Almost looks like a Dr. Seuss world. The vegetation there, it's like very different. Ah. What?
It's a bottomless pit.
Is that the next door neighbor doesn't have a floor?
I'm gonna check out for a little bit. I'll get back to maybe when I'm over at the next. You guys are sawing.
Okay.
Beady.
Yeah, I was thinking the Buck Rogers robot. Yeah. Well,
Tweaky.
say. So what's everybody up to today? Is there some big game today? Sports game or something?
I don't know.
USA played yesterday in the World Cup.
Oh, that yeah. I heard stories about something that the United States had done something wrong or offended people in some way, or I don't know exactly what I heard. Or
No,
offended.
it was with Iran.
Oh, okay. With all the rainbow flags or something. Is
Mhm.
that what it
Yeah.
was? It's like, yeah.
It's something about the mispronunciation as well, right? The reporter said he didn't like the country being called Iran, right? I heard that. Like tried to, right? Did you hear that? He like pressed one of the USA players for, I don't know, what would you call that?
Yeah, well, in that case, you reply, okay, then Persia.
Yeah, there you go.
Jets versus Vikings at 1.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know who the 49ers are playing today, but I might tune in later at the end, probably.
The games were yesterday. A lot of upsets, Meyer.
Oh, were they really? I didn't watch any of the college stuff yesterday.
Yeah, in the top four, number 3 and number 4 lost. So this has now opened up the gates for number 5 and 6 to sneak back in. So
cool. All right.
There was some kind of race for super late models this weekend, but all the NASCAR teams were there. I don't know why. Auto racing season is finally over.
These women's sports channels on YouTube that are like clip channels that just show nothing but like girls track and field events, like close-ups of girls track and field events.
oh,
It's fantastic. It's my new favorite genre on YouTube is is women's sports. Usually they're like Ukrainian channels, you know what I mean? But it will be like these amazing, like, it's just, I mean, I just described the whole thing. It's just girls pole vaulting in thongs, essentially. It's kind of crazy. The new outfits that women's athlete in track and field wear completely show their entire butts. I mean, it's out there.
We'll just watch the lingerie. What is it? The LFL or whatever. Lingerie football games.
They're not really competing. I like watching these girls sweat and get all dirty and everything.
Oh,
In
my gosh. Well, is there? I was going to do a real show later, or I call it a real show because the live shows, the resolutions. I mean the canned shows, the resolution's better, and I'm just wondering if anyone has any requests out there, things. I don't know if people are interested when I was showing all those posters or.
I would appreciate one day if you tip me off when you're going to show Bob Hope or stuff like that.
Well, those kind of books, I could easily do that because they would be in the A's. Well, they'd be over there. Yeah, I could show those. They because I filed that under Adventures of Bob Hope, Adventures of Jerry Lewis. I love this book, but I remember there were all these people that were just howling and just like that woman on the street when Trump won that's going, it's like because people are so upset that X-Force had turned into this very odd thing. But I thought it was cool.
Yeah, I was reading it. I read it.
But I never read the X-Force before this. So it's easy for me to say that, I guess.
At that time, it felt like, for me, Mike Allred was one of the best people creating stuff at that point. Like, what was that, the late 90s, early 2000s? And anything that Mike Allred put out, I was buying.
Yeah.
Allred started doing Mad Men around 1992. And I have one a 100 page atomic super spectacular, which with some of the characters that was spun off from Mad Men. But the first Mad Men story I read was the Nexus versus Mad Men crossover.
I have some of those, the first couple issues of Graphic Music, which was his first thing that he put out. And I found them in quarter bins, like right about the same time as Mad Men, with what you're saying, like 1992, 1993. I discovered Mike Allred at that exact time.
Yeah, I've got to get out my Treasury editions to see which one. He showed some of those, and I don't know which ones I own, so I'm going to pull that out real quick. But it's stuff I've shown before, but it's if I don't remember what I have in my collection, I doubt someone else would remember. So it's shit. Oh, crap. Oh boy. Let's see what I got here. I'll move this out of the box. I'll get myself full screen. I need to put this in a bag. Movie classic. It's what is that? Good. Okay. The first one I ever had was this Rudolph. This is a rare one that's worth a lot of money. I got that when it came out. And then this I got it at Half Price Books, really cheap. I was going to do a Christmas episode, so it's good I'm getting these out anyway. Yeah, all these other Rudolphs I found, I think, for maybe $5 each.
No.
Wasn't someone showing this? Was Spinner Rack showing this the other night?
I
You-
think he's
No,
put
it's
a
a different one.
He
That's-
showed the one where Luke Cage and the others are decorating a tree. It's a yellow background. Yeah, that's-
Oh, these are out of order because of the last time I did a Christmas show. That's why. Yeah, this is the one that really impacted me. That's two. I don't have the Spider-Man one, and then I got this Thor one. And the fourth Treasury edition was Conan. Then I don't have 5. 6 I always wanted. I saw it on the newsstand at a supermarket at HEB, and I didn't get it. And then my wife got this for me a couple of years before the pandemic. It's like we're always going to count time from the pandemic before and after, I think, now, because it's like a pretty important event in our life. This I did not get at the time. I got it at a later date because during the 70s, I didn't care about these Kung Fu comics. It just, something about them didn't appeal to me. Yeah, I got this. I remember when we were moving from Washington State to Texas. I get this mixed up with the Superman one that came out about the same time. And I remember one of them was kind of a letdown. And I think it was the Superman one. He like introduces it and then it's all reprints of like Tomahawk or something from like about 1960. Isn't that
Yes.
the way it was? Do you remember?
Yes, that's the way it was.
Okay.
I had Bicentennial Battles, and I loved it, but I sold it in a garage sale
Okay.
when I was like 13.
Oh, yeah. This, okay, I'm getting to the DC. This was always a great cover. This is a great cover, but I never liked the logo, the way it's printed at the top. It just doesn't, it looks a little too elegant, something's wrong with the title. There's they're Conan. I don't know if you guys can see that at all. Number 21. You don't see these very often, so it's very striking when there's a store that has them. This is a spectacularly awful cover. I mean, that's really badly drawn. Who's Kirk Bryant? Like some homeless guy on the street. They recruited. They woke him up and had him draw that. Okay. I think this one reprints a Not Brand Ech story in it. I've got 2 of them, and I think that's by accident. Then, first time in color, so it must be a Savage Sword or Savage Tales story they reprinted in color. Oh, and then here's another Rudolph one. I'll put it with the other Rudolphs. Okay, so now it gets to what I was wanting to do. Okay, so I have Dick Tracy. This is really good. I think Graphic Man I could have sworn you showed this once. I don't know. Okay, so I have the Action Comics one. This one has the cover reprinted inside glossy. So this was a commonly that people would tear off the cardboard and try to sell it as a real one. So I had the House of Mystery, but I never had that Ghost one that he was showing. I've got the Shazam. That one with the Superman painted cover, that was a painting of Superman that was in the DC offices, just hanging there for decades, that they took a picture of for that edition. I just want to see if I have it. Yeah, here's Superman Salutes the Bicentennial. This is the one that Superman's barely in, right? So this is I think I bought this at a 7-Eleven, believe it or not. No, maybe not. Yeah, I think so. Or maybe it was this one. I'm pretty sure I bought that at a 7-Eleven. That's weird to think they had them at a 7-Eleven.
I liked that one, that best of issue.
Yeah, this is the one I was wanting to make sure I had. That his edition was really beat up. This is a lot of people really love that.
I remember seeing it and passing on it because I thought it was goofy, thought it was silly. You know what I mean? So I didn't buy it.
Yeah. So, you know, like when Neil Adams said that was the best thing he did in his career, I was thinking, well, okay. I mean, it is very well done, but to me, I was the same way with when Superman met Spider-Man. I kind of thought that was kind of goofy. It's like, no, you don't mix these two. I never bought it.
That's funny. That makes me exactly the same. I didn't buy it either for the same reason. I thought it was stupid because it made no sense to me because they were from different worlds and I didn't understand why they would want to do that.
And I guess I was starting to realize I was getting jaded or not jaded. It's not the right word. I was starting to realize, oh, this is just commercialized, you know, like Charlie Brown or, you know, one of that Christmas specials, like, or I don't know if it was Linus or so. Everything's too commercial. It's like, yeah, they're just doing this for $1. And I just realized, okay, so I've got the reprint of the first Superman. He had the reprint of, what did he have again? He had All-Star Comics. He had the first, was it the first Batman or the first Detective? What did he have? Detective 27? Do you remember? Anyway, I got this. This isn't really a comic one. This is just like a Superman movie edition, you know. And I've got Wonder Woman #1. Okay, I have Batman. Is that the one he had? Or did he have Detective 27? I'll call him and ask, or I'll text him. And then I've got Sensation #1. And then I've got Tarzan.
Yeah, I love that too. That was good.
Half the time I say Tarzan, half the time I say Tarzan.
I do that too.
This and that's a great cover. I think that's the extent of my collection. Because then I moved to Ringling Brothers and other stuff to put in. Because I've got this especially tall milk crate that I put these in. This is a great coloring book, just showing flaming death. You give a little kid, here, color this.
Wow.
It's funny. I mean, it is and it isn't. That just when you really think about war comics being sold to kids and what they're depicting, but you know, I don't know. What is this? Oh, it's a whole pinup book of Dave Stevens. I forgot I owned this. So I guess you're supposed to I guess pull it apart and frame them. Yeah,
Very nice. I haven't seen that before.
yeah, there was one I just saw that. Man, See, that doesn't, I don't like the look of that because it looks too modern or it looks too 1980s. And I like it more when it looks like something that really would have been in the 40s or 50s. You know, I like, he was channeling much to modern art style in that particular picture, in my opinion. Yeah. So anyway, that's something I didn't even know I owned. So anyway, let's get back. Uh-oh. Ugh. So you guys were all reading the new X-Men when it was coming out, and or how long did it take you to discover that something was happening that was interesting as far as the new X-Men?
So I had a friend in 8th grade who was an X-Men fan, and he was the person who I learned about the X-Men from him, and I learned about the Legion of Superheroes from him. And he had been reading X-Men since like maybe Giant Size #1 and X-Men number 97 or something. And I remember the first issue that I bought. So I would read his issues, but even reading them, it still didn't convince me enough to make a spot for them in my weekly buys, right? I still wasn't into it. I think the first issue that I bought myself and I became a monthly reader was the Dark Phoenix saga, the Hellfire Club. I think the first issue I bought was that one with Wolverine going in the sewers, right? I don't remember what issue number it was.
That was the first X-Men story I read.
Was it really?
Yeah,
that was
right 6 or 7.
I came on board.
Yeah, but I didn't do it on purpose. I had no idea. I was 6 or 7. It was one of the Brazilian comics. The first story was the Black Widow. Was the first part of the Black Widow story from Marvel Fanfare with George Perez. The second was a Mike Zeck drawn Master of Kung Fu. The third was that X-Men story, and it's starting with the angel coming down from the heavens. And the fourth story was Red Sonja, which to me was not that good. But Frank Thorne's the way that Frank Thorne drew eyes, it took me a while until I could appreciate it. But yeah, that X-Men. So yeah, I'm used to seeing. It was also my first contact with John Byrne art, and I kind of having Perez and Byrne in the same comic. Those were the and Zeck as well. Byrne, Zeck, Perez, seeing all of them at the same time when I just starting getting into comics, made me want to buy more. Definitely, they were the best artists that Marvel had in the 80s.
Yeah. So what issue, Meyer, would that have been that you started on? You think what number? Do you
Is it
recall?
136 or 138?
Okay.
I don't know. I can go pull it up.
Okay, so Kitty debuts in 129, Desert 130. I think it's 131 or 132. I think it's 131, yeah.
Well, in 5th grade, which was the 75-76 school year, when was Giant Size X-Men? Was that the summer of 75? Or is that the end of the school year?
Yeah.
74, 70, is that about when? So anyway, he was telling me multiple times during the school year, he was a friend. I was living in Tacoma, Washington, and I should start buying X-Men, and I just kind of blew him off. And then we moved to Texas in the summer of 76, and so the first one I got was this one, 97, and then I have 99 and 100, and then 103 I got in the last year. I can tell that. And then I skipped to 111, and then after 111, I don't have 112. I think from 113 on, I was buying it every month. I think by then it was established as a huge seller, and it was like the thing to get. But if I'd listened to him early on, I would have been right in on the very first issues.
Yeah, but you're pretty early on, much more than me. I read most of those books that you had, but they belonged to my buddy. It was 8th grade, and everybody read each other's comic books. Remember how cool that was?
Yeah, I don't know when, at what point, what issue John Burns started. I think when that happened, it really started to become like the big thing in the industry. He didn't start with 94, and
Yeah, it was Dave Cockrum.
Dave Cockrum was awesome.
yeah, I think when John Burns started, that's when it became this huge sensation. And,
Yeah.
It wasn't even that. It only they did a sales analysis. It's only when Paul Smith starts drawing that the book goes up in sales. But that may have coincided. No, it didn't. It didn't coincide with Classic X-Men beginning. That was a couple of years later. But that's the reason all of those comics, all the way through the Byrne issues, are expensive and hard to track down because the X-Men were still a low seller, and people had to buy the Classic X-Men if they wanted to have them in the collection.
Yeah, that was a weird thing when they did those Classic X-Men comics, because they gave you some extra material,
Mm-hmm.
and then if you're a purist enough, then you feel like you've got to buy the comics again. And they gave you like a new cover.
Yeah.
I liked it. Quite a few.
I think, let me see what. At some point, I stopped buying it. Let me see. I'm going to show all these at some point, maybe later today. But at some point, when did I? Let's see. There's 180. Okay, it looks like I was still buying it in that time period. 17. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where some of these I bought later, but. Oh shit, here's one that's not bagged. 149. It's folded. Yeah, 149. It's Dave Cockrum is the artist. It seems like 149, okay. 160. Yeah, I seem to recall some. Yeah, 163, 164. Man, I can't tell because I've gone back later and bought some to fill in holes, but it looks like I stopped caring around the time that they were doing. It just wasn't as when they had these dragons in there.
Mm-hmm.
That looked like the Alien movie. It seemed like it was around this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe that's still an important time period. Looks like they were introducing Rogue and stuff.
Yeah, as Paulo says, that really took off, but I quit because I did not like Storm's Mohawk. I didn't like the new artist.
John Romita Jr. Yeah, I was kind of. I know I always knock him, and some of you guys always say no, but I mean, it's like that to me is not like look how long her frickin' neck is there. But I don't know.
And I've had people tell me, "Oh, you missed the best stories." Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought Storm was a dynamite knockout when John Byrne drew her and Dave Cockrum, and then they just ruined her. And it's my version of Meyer watching female sports activities.
So, what time period are we dealing with? Was that the late 80s there with the dragon kind of stuff? Is that what? And then And then X-Men became a huge thing with normal people when the Saturday morning cartoon started. And then every kid on the playground was, pretending to be Storm and everything.
Yeah, I kept hearing about it. Everybody's going crazy for Gambit, and I'm thinking, okay, he's got a deck of cards and he throws them.
And his costume is so busy that I don't really understand what's going on there.
Yeah, I never, I wasn't around for Gambit coming in either. Yeah.
Well, I was in my teens, so.
Where Storm's mohawk came from? Like, what is that? Was it new wave music? Is it punk rock? Is it Grace Jones? Is it like what prompted that design change? You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure because it's still Paul Smith drawing that issue, because the way that the costume was designed, it really went to John Romita Jr.'s sensibilities. Because you'll notice that a lot of the costumes get redesigned during that period, and they start having choke collars for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah. You're right.
But yeah,
the MTV generation.
Yeah,
right. That's what it is. It's the MTV generation. It's like it's super awesome Thrasher or whatever. What were the words that they used in the 90s or the 80s?
And I think they were influenced by Frank Miller's Dark Knight, because the mutant bad guys that were terrorizing Gotham, they had studs in their head and collars.
Maybe Mad Max, Road Warrior,
that type of
right. Yeah, good call.
And Blade Runner and all that, because it's kind of futuristic, punk looking, I guess. I don't know.
But in a way, they were coming late to the party, because the punk music went out of style around 1981, 1982, and Claremont's already in his 30s. So of course, this must be the punk music that all the kids like.
Right, it's the Wendy O. Williams, right? Remember Wendy? Was it Wendy O. Williams in the Plasmatics? Remember how cool she was? Remember that giant wall of televisions in that one video?
Well, Paulo's right, and this will make it harder and harder for future generations to go, what influenced this? Was it the music of the times? It won't line up. And the answer is, it's just some guy a little late to the party deciding to make some weird changes because he probably discovered something 10 or 15 years too late and was influenced heavily. So,
I mean, like Dazzler, they tried to launch Dazzler after the Disco Sucks campaign.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. She quickly became just Dazzler and not Disco Dazzler.
Yeah, but everything was still there. The costume still looked like she was a member of Chic, and she had the roller skates and that face paint that made her look like Amy Wood. Amy Stewart, and it just didn't jam.
When you watch the Buck Rogers TV show with Gil Gerard, you'll notice that in the future they think that disco music is still going to be the thing in the 25th century, but
disco is going through its 176th revival.
Yeah.
They tried making it like they I remember at least in the movie they tried to make it like they were gonna go with the more influenced by Donna Summer's "I Feel Love," because that thing was completely electronic. So they were at least trying to make it futuristic like that. Although it wouldn't have been out of place if they used something from Parliament Funkadelic. But sure. It was pretty normal of Marvel to come late to the party by a couple of years. I mean, they launched Master of Kung Fu after Bruce Lee dies.
Yeah. Well, I guess right about almost exactly the time he died. Yeah, but I love this, but everything that that explosion of X-Men comics, was really bad. I mean, there were more X-Men comics than Richie Rich or it was just awful. And I don't know how people even collect all that. But this seemed kind of neat, this X-Force comic. And I think they brought it back, but I don't know if it lasted. About a year ago, they brought this comic back, but it may have already been canceled for all I know. But I thought it was a lot of fun.
Meyer, what did you bring in?
What's that, Micah?
You came in holding something. I just want to know what you snuck in.
Oh, I went to go look for something and I couldn't find it. I went to go look for a poster of Wendy O. Williams that I had that wasn't where it used to be, and I'm bummed about that because it was one of those ones. It was like a fake headlines, and I think it said something about eating own flesh, man eats own flesh or something, and it has a picture of Wendy right there with her boobs out with a big spiky mohawk. But I found those graphic music. So this is the very first. I think this is the first published work of Mike Allred, and the first appearance of Frank Einstein, who would become Madman.
Okay.
I have 2 copies of the first issue that I paid 25 cents for a piece in 25-cent bin.
I've never heard of that magazine.
And that's all I grabbed.
The OCD in me says they can't spell graphic and they can't spell music.
Yeah, and I think he spells it different in another incarnation that comes later or before this. I can't remember. I'm just now remembering there's more graphic music that is spelled GRAPH instead of GRAF. So he came out with another edition apparently. It's up there. It's coming later in the alphabet, I guess. Let me look for it.
So I imagine Marvel would completely destroy the whole X-Men property as soon as, because I hear they're going to call them the mutants.
Well, you got to get rid of that word men.
Yeah.
I don't suppose I'll ever do a show about Kool-Aid Man because, it's man.
Yeah.
They're going to turn him into Kool-Aid non-binary,
Yes.
like the M&Ms.
Mix Kool-Aid or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
MX Kool-Aid.
Oh boy. At some point, there's just going to be a bridge too far, and they're going to realize it just doesn't work. And I think, they're trying to convince the entire Hispanic population that they should be called Latinx. And because, you don't want to be Latino or Latina, and the entire language is genderfied.
Yeah, but you should see the attempts they have at trying to remove the gendering from certain words, and they're replacing the A's and O's with E's, and that doesn't make any sense because now you have no idea what they're talking about. Also, the E is used for some verbal terminations. So if you try to use it on nouns, it kind of ruins the whole flow of the phrase.
Are they making a lot of inroads over in Spain?
Not really. I mean, people think they're stupid, and in Spain they have this political party which is growing in power. They're the far right. But the thing is that you really can't trust these far right parties because they're going to turn everything into traditional conservatism, which means going back to going back to monarchy style from the 17th century. So voting for these parties to try to get rid of the nutters from who are trying to push all of this doesn't really work. It's the political landscape in Europe is kind of fucked, and most people don't really know how to deal with it. So we do have our own far right party got voted into third place in the latest election 2 years ago. So they're the only one. They're behind the socialists and the social democrats. I always have to explain this because the socialists are the Socialist Party are social democrats, and the Social Democratic Party are conservatives. Which doesn't really make any sense if I try to explain this to Americans.
Yeah.
Like the opposite of us.
Yeah, because when we had the 1974 revolution, all the new political parties tried to sound as lefty as possible when the parties were created. That's why there were a lot of minor workers' parties, and most of them ended up disappearing. And there was the big break between the Socialist Party and the Communist Party was when the CIA started pouring money into the Socialist Party.
Yeah, how do you like our CIA getting over there and messing with everybody?
Well,
we don't like it over here, but
well, the CIA made a strategic mistake in Angola, trying to get rid of colonization, because the party that they were the guerrilla army that they were supporting in the Angolan independence war. They stopped when Angola became independent. They stopped supplying them with weapons, while the Soviet Union kept supporting their own guerrillas. So that's how the Angolan Civil War starts. The Soviets keep pouring money into the party that's ruling. The other guys who were supported by the CIA retreat to the jungle, and they start getting supported by South Africa because the South Africans don't want communists near their border, because at the time South Africa was in charge of Namibia, which bordered in Angola. So the CIA kind of messed it up. We even had plans to shift Portugal's capital to one of our African colonies, so that we could claim that they were not colonies. I mean, the capital of a European nation would be in Africa, not colonies. But it didn't go. We never went with it.
Can you look back on it now and think that it appeared to be all a setup to force what happened?
Here's the thing: after World War II, the entire Marshall Plan was an attempt at pushing the Monroe Doctrine across the Atlantic, so that every European nation would abandon whatever holdings they had in Africa and Asia. Even the Spanish-American War was part of the Monroe Doctrine expansion. Cuba was just visible from your shores. The fact that you went all the way to free the Philippines and turn them into your colony made sure that the United States had access to the Orient. World War II provided the American government the opportunity to expand the Monroe Doctrine even further, in making sure that there was always a hold over the Western Europe, and removing the power that especially the French had over Africa.
We have a saying over here: if it doesn't make sense, somebody's making money off of it.
Yeah. Exactly. Somebody was making money off of it. But here, when we had the 1974 revolution, there was a lot of people in the free world were afraid that the communists were going to take over here. Hence the CIA's involvement. It also had Frank Carlucci himself. Carlucci was appointed U.S. ambassador in Portugal, and Carlucci, of course, was a CIA agent. He would eventually become head of the CIA. And he was the one that pushed for non-military intervention in Portugal. Although there were backup plans to invade Madeira and the Azores in case the communists got into power because of their place in the Atlantic. In the Atlantic Ocean, the U.S. has a major air base in the Azores, which
That's what I was
is
gonna
used
ask.
for.
When did the Air Force build that base in the Azores?
I'm really not sure. It was before World War II.
Oh, okay. That one. Okay.
So yeah, we had the CIA supporting socialists, which was the first for the CIA.
How is the current United States administration viewed in Portugal?
Yeah.
How does the media portray it?
Well, since for European politicians, it's a bit more like business as usual, because Joe Biden is a typical politician.
Yeah.
Everybody likes the idea, although the people, I don't think they know how to react to the to any future leaders of the Republican Party, because Trump kind of messed up the way that people move in the corridors of power inside the Republican Party. So I think deep down everybody's still trying to wait and see what's going on in the next nomination, especially because it's kind of obvious now that a lot of people are pushing to keep Trump out of the running for the Republican primary.
Because their grift was ruined, all their taking in of money was ruined by having someone that wasn't a fellow criminal like Biden and
Well, Trump will be the nominee, or the party will split. He's not going to say, "Well, I guess I tried and I just can't do it." He's determined, so they'll have to get used to that.
A lot of people on the internet are pushing for Ron DeSantis.
He would be
the
wonderful,
media
but
is pushing for him. Then
yeah,
I mean, I like DeSantis, but it's like, why are they so intent on pushing for him? You get little. It's like these people, they're obviously criminals, hate him so much, and I think it's just because they can't bribe him and they can't bring him down. Whatever they do, nothing works. They can't involve him in a scandal because, yes, he cheated on wives and had a bunch of wives, but everyone's known about that for decades. He's never drank. He never did drugs. He never, although I could have sworn he probably was on coke back in the old days, like all of those people. But if he never drank or smoked, I kind of doubt he'd be doing coke.
Coke is something that's not easy to view by outsiders if it's something that you're doing, and so it was always the drug of choice of the elites.
Yeah, but you can always. There was when he was running the first time, I noticed a lot of sniffing when he was talking, and I don't think it was that, but a lot of people are thinking he must be on that, But I think he probably just had a sinus condition.
I don't think so. I think he's a straight edge guy. I don't think.
Yeah, and they can't get him, so they're having to manufacture stuff, and it's just weird. This setup where Kanye West goes and visits him, and then he brings along these insane people with him, and then they go to all these other influencers. They go to Tim Pool, and then they go to Alex Jones and act crazy, and then one of the guys that was with Kanye West, this Nick Fuentes, was in an In-N-Out hamburger place having a food fight, like, or something I just saw. And so they're trying to paint Trump as an insane person for having them in his home. And he didn't even know that Kanye West was bringing along those other guys.
Kanye didn't bring anyone. This was set up by Milo.
Yeah, Milo.
Yeah, Milo is trying to get revenge. because he said a long time ago, I'm going to get revenge on all these Republicans. So yeah, he set it all up, and
Yeah.
And Kanye West isn't the smartest guy, and he's trying to. He's been given some weird information, and so he's saying, I love everybody. I love them, and I love. Then he talks about Hitler, and I love him too. And it's like, well, then Alex Jones is saying, well, you don't really mean that. He says, no, of course I mean. It's like, come on. Alex Jones is like horrified. You could see it's like
finally someone said something so crazy on Alex Jones' show that even Alex Jones thought it was too crazy.
Yeah, I could see it in Alex's eyes. Alex was a little fearful. You don't usually see that from Alex Jones.
The thing is, he's trying to get back everywhere, and then they bring in Kanye, and Kanye says something incredibly crazy and stupid.
Yeah.
There's okay. I'm never going to come back to Twitter.
He's trying to parrot this stuff, and he's not doing it well. But as far as I guess what is he trying to? He's trying to say, well, Hitler invented highways, and then they have a fact checker. This is not true. He did not invent highways. No, he's trying to talk about the Autobahn. But he said, they said, he's invented the microphone I use when I do my recording. And it's like, no, he did not actually invent the microphone. It was blah, blah, blah. Well, no, what he's trying to say is that this, and then they really got Alyssa Milano because she was saying, I hate this. She's always been this big fan of Elon Musk. And then she says, I am trading in my Tesla for a Volkswagen. then they put a picture right underneath it, of Hitler admiring this little model of a Volkswagen Bug and smiling. It's like, you say that he's the Nazi, but VWs were actually created by the Nazis. And I think he even designed the logo, if I'm not mistaken. And didn't Hitler also design the rings for the Olympic symbol? Also,
no.
I may be wrong.
No, Hitler didn't really actually pay attention to the auto industry. He hated cars. It was Mussolini who was a big fan of cars, and he was friends with everybody at Alfa Romeo, and he went to the races. The Ferdinand Porsche joined the SS because it was politically expedient to get money to which of the two brands he was in, either Auto Union or Mercedes. At the time, he was at Auto Union, and so that's how he ended up with creating the Volkswagen. And he was arrested after World War II, and if the U.S. Army if the U.S. occupation force didn't need him to help set up the Volkswagen factory, he would have stayed in jail in France. Ferdinand Porsche.
Yeah,
they had to go and pay money to the French government for it.
Paulo, in Portugal, is everyone going around coughing right now? Is it like everywhere you go, people are coughing?
Yeah,
and it's that way in Missouri, San Francisco. I mean, everywhere.
Those 2 years wearing masks.
They're wearing masks still.
No, those 2 years that we were all wearing masks, they were terrible for our resistance to disease.
Yes.
Oh, so I am. Oh, you think that's why we've lost some of that?
Yeah, because they were even little stuff, small stuff that we used to get over quickly. Now it's taking forever to get rid of.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, it's.
I've been with a runny nose for over a month.
But that's the only symptom you got. It's just a cough, right?
There's I cough because the snot. I keep swallowing the snot, and
okay, so that makes sense. I mean, first I think, well, they're spraying something on us all over the world, but then you're right. I think it's just we've messed ourselves up globally, and now everyone's coughing.
By the way, Charlton66 wrote to me last night. He thinks he has COVID, so he's going to be out a couple of days.
Okay. Well, the swamp will make sure Trump doesn't get the nomination. Not that it matters. Too many electoral votes are in deep blue states for a Republican to win a national election at this point. Well, but things can change daily. I cough a lot, but smoking may have something to do with it. What what Elon Musk is, when you start talking about coughing, you can't help but start. Elon Musk could flip things completely with as he's releasing what's been really happening. If as more people become awake to that, things are changing. It's like every day is so surreal. I was talking about to Meyer last night about this. It's like I every day I come home and I turn on. It's like, what crazy thing happened today? It's like I know something insane will have happened. And I came home Thursday, and it was a live feed of Alex Jones. I came home early because they closed the whole town down about noon because there was a funeral it's real sad. This local girl, 15-year-old girl, was, brand new driver, and a deer ran across the road. She swerved to not kill the deer, and she flipped her car and was not wearing a seatbelt, and she died. So there's a big funeral. So everyone got out about noon to go to that. But I come home and I tune in, and there's like a guy that looks like a super villain on television. Alex Jones is interviewing this guy with a black mask. And then it's like, and I was like, what the heck is this? And then I realized, oh, that's actually Kanye West under this bondage mask, looking like something out of the Watchmen. And and so I go up, and my wife and I watch it. We're just aghast. It's like, what is happening? And Alex Jones is like trapped. It's like I've got the biggest star in the world. It's weird because I don't think I've ever heard a single song he's ever done, and he's apparently huge. I don't know what is. It's what I don't think. I couldn't imagine it is, but he seems to think he's the greatest thing. He'll tell you he's a genius. But what happened, man? I used to think the music in the 70s was terrible, and I realized it was wonderful. And I used to hate, always the music of the time I hated growing up. And now I realized, no, the music of the 80s was great. It's like there was great stuff in the 90s, but there's nothing. I can't tell you a single artist now at all. And then maybe somewhere in the underground world there's something, but I mean, what's happened? Culturally, it's a wasteland. Movies, music, there's nothing.
I prefer listening to electronic music. When I try to listen to what they're doing with house music, it's like, oh man, this is so basic. Everybody, and they're trying to do 3-minute tracks, but they're just made up of cut up stuff. It's either basic drums or made up of cut up stuff. I mean, that's so 15 years ago.
Well, I wind up listening to stuff from the 50s, like Juan Esquivel from Mexico. This bizarre, when they first discovered stereo, and they'll have insane sounds coming at you, and it's like some people call it bachelor pad music, Esquivel and the exotica music, and then you start going down all these rabbit holes. It's like this music that they used to play in Kmart in 1968. Someone's got a whole reels of tape where it sounds like you're in an old store, in a department store, and then it's like, oh, well, then Seberg that did the jukeboxes. They also had all kinds of music that used to play in stores. No, so I'm listening to Christmas music from 1963 that played in Sears or whatever department store subscribed to Seberg's, and then I'm listening to roller rink music from the 50s, because I can't. I'm just looking. There's got to be something, I consume new music, but it's not new. It's weird old music. Or there's somebody on YouTube called Organ Jukebox, and I'll listen to a lot of the organ music. Yeah, I'm just always looking for stuff, but I would love to. There's a radio station here. It's like 54 a.m. and it just plays old country. You turn it on and you hear Farron Young and Hank Williams, and it's like old country that people that are in their 80s and 90s were listening to when they were young, and that's what I listen to. And there's like no new music here. It's like time stopped. And there's a subway and they only play music from the 80s in that subway, unless the whole chain is like that. And
No, here
Hollow,
they-
do you get our modern country music over there?
we never had any of your country music. Nobody listens to country here.
Okay.
the modern country music is abysmal. But
Yeah,
the-
I'll go to a little diner, and the waitresses apparently are in charge of what radio they listen to. And this new country is all about them. You look good tonight, and oh, I like that dress you're wearing, and it's all. Every song was dedicated to them. And it's,
So the
it's a pop music beat disguised as country, and it's all geared to women. No man would want to listen to any of this. I'm speaking in American man
because
terms.
what you just described looks like they finally like country finally discovered gangster rap. Like gangster rap was all about I got my big crib and I got my big Escalade with big 24-inch rollers and I got all the bitches in it and I got all the bling.
Yeah.
Well, there was country music in the 60s and 70s that would be equivalent to gangster rap, where it's talking about, pardon me, I got someone to kill. And it's like all this stuff about cheating and truck drivers blowing each
Good,
other away. And
respectable
they had a
stuff,
lot of that stuff. It was great.
Farron Young was the Elvis of country. He was super popular.
Yeah. He was great. Great. And
The weirdest stuff
Farron
that
Young, I think that people thought he was kind of racist, but he's the guy that, one of these bags where it splits. When Charlie Pride came along, and it's like people heard his records, and then they see him on stage, and it's like, wait a second, we didn't know. And Farron Young said, no, he's going to perform. And he actually stood up for Charlie Pride. So he wasn't. Eric Green's saying all Elon did was tell us what we already knew, but to the half of the country that supports the Dems, most of them don't even know what he's done. Their news sources are ignoring it. Drudge Report is now left wing. I guess he sold it, and they're reporting that about what Elon's doing, but they say he must be holding back because there's no smoking gun here, and it's like incredibly damning, worse than any Watergate ever was. And then CNN is completely ignoring it. He's exactly right. Eric, if you want to come on, someone can give you a link through Twitter. You may be watching a game. There's still good music out there. It's just not in the mainstream. You have to look. It's always, I've always had friends that steered me. I had my friend Randy. It's like he would show me, he was friends with Long Gone John that ran Sympathy for the Record Industry in San Francisco. And he'd give me these 45s and he'd steer me to all these great bands. And then I had a girlfriend back in, when would that have been? The 90s that was tuned in to but now I don't have anyone to steer me to what the underground music is now. And so I'm not aware of it. The music I tend to like that people don't know about tends to be a complete clone of music from 50 years ago. Like there's a band called the Surfragettes. And it's just, it sounds like the Ventures, but it's a bunch of girls in miniskirts playing the Ventures. I'm going to take this call. Guys, keep going.
Did you ever get the Ventures, Paulo?
I don't think I remember them.
They were very big in Japan because it's all instrumental. They play music similar to the Beatles, but it's all guitar and drums.
Mm-hmm.
But the Japanese totally loved them.
My dad's a big fan of the Shadows.
Okay, yeah. The Ventures did Walk Don't Run. I'm trying to remember their but just fantastic musicians. And of course, internationally, they're great because they're not singing anything. You don't have to translate.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. Oh, you found something.
Okay.
This is the first Ventures record that I bought.
Oh, yeah. And they would put some totally unrelated woman on the cover.
Yep.
Never a girl in the band. It was just they figured that would sell better than a picture of the four of them. So
yeah, this is the big hits on this are Theme from Shaft and Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves are the big hits
Yeah.
on this.
So, an instrumental version of popular songs, but very good. And I think Japan liked them because they were very technical. They were very. They weren't. I can fudge by going way up here on the chords or the strings. They were very, almost not computer-esque, but I guess technical is the right word.
Eric, try now. I messed up the link.
Oh, was he wanting on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I did. Eric, I don't have my glasses, and I have to pick up my magnifying glass if I want to read the chat.
I was always thinking, why do you want to be on Twitter, Eric? And now Twitter's fun because it's
I'm having a blast there.
Oh, yeah.
Twitter's
Sargon is
fun
back.
there. No.
I send messages to Kyle Rittenhouse. I tell CBS News they're a joke, and I'm a bad boy. You're used to the mild mannered Micah, but I love Twitter now.
And then a few years ago, when I met my wife, she clued me into a whole genre of music that is really cool, and it's early reggae music from the 60s, because I only knew reggae, like Bob Marley and the 70s stuff, but this early stuff that's like half doo-wop, and it's insane. It's the stuff that the early, like in late 60s, that the not the what later became the racist skinheads, but the original skinheads that were, I guess they fought a lot, but they weren't racist, and they were into this music from Jamaica. And it's insane. There's like all these songs about James Bond, all these songs about vampires and Dracula, and all these songs named after movies, spaghetti westerns, and it's a genre I'd never heard of, and it's from a time period I like, but it's got this exotic feel, and it's like I never knew this. They never played this on the radio growing up.
Were you on the Fossil Show when I played that reggae intro?
Yep.
I know Paulo was.
I think I was. I'm not sure. This is stuff from a lot of it's from a record company called Trojan.
That song I played was a group called the Heptones.
Yeah.
I remember a movie called The Harder They Come. Have you ever heard of that movie? That had old reggae music. It's a Jamaican movie that has a lot of live performances in it, I think. And it's from the 60s, I think.
Wow.
This comic's great. Look at that. It looks like something out of the 50s, It's just like, I love that the art is not 100% realistic. It's got I don't know. I like that, like I keep saying, I like art that still has a cartoony feel, like Ramona Fredone and Marie Severin and CC Beck and All Reds.
And Meyer, I sent you an email yesterday about this Wednesday's coming theme song. So
I'll have to check it. I haven't seen it.
Did we get the link to Eric? Was something about Paulo's link isn't working? Computer. Oh, he's rebooting his computer. Okay.
Speaking of computers, Strange Life is still having troubles, although he did get an episode up. He's still having computer issues.
Yeah, he showed the inside the antique stores. That was pretty cool. All those seeing all those Big Little books laid out like that.
Had I been there, I would have bought them all. Though.
Yeah. I don't think he bought them all, but
no.
I'm not going to go plunder his honey hole or whatever you call it. I mean, it's a few hours away.
The Harder They Come, 1972 Jamaican movie, Jimmy Cliff, full length, and it's available, the whole thing on YouTube, uncut.
Okay.
And I love Jamaica. I've been there a number of times. It's one of my favorite.
Do you know about this music from the late 60s mid 60s that I'm talking about?
I probably have heard it, but I'm not like deeply into it, even having spent time in Jamaica. Yes, I don't know that much about the history of it. I don't, I would go for reggae Sunsplash a few times, and so I was more like the Marley type, more the contemporary reggae.
Right. Right.
But Jamaica's awesome. There's a bunch of great places, and they used to have these amazing concerts and parties outdoors on the beach, like at 10 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes it would like impromptu, like just crazy things on a Tuesday morning or something. There'd be a giant beach party out of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, anyway, this Valencia scandal is it's a lot more involved. I'm hearing the guy that's in charge of the parent company is this older guy. He's married to Salma Hayek. There's another splinter company that sells these sex dolls that look like not fully aged people, and they have giant mouths that protrude and then noses like Pinocchio, and it's very perverse. There are pictures I saw online of this, and they sell this stuff, and it's just like and then there's Kamala Harris's daughter is now a model for that company, and it's like there's all these connections with all the celebrities and politicians into this. Oh, and then the designer is this obvious, you can just tell, witch woman, and it's just, again, it's all these people that are into worship of Baal, and then apparently whatever the name of this company, Valencia, whatever, and then this American Horror Story, when the witches are being burned, they all shout out Valencia. And people thought, why are they shouting out the name of some fashion company? And then it's just and all these celebrities know this stuff. They've always known about it, and they won't. Yeah. It's just. And I just don't care about anything Hollywood's putting out. I watch old movies, but I don't care. I just don't give a shit. My wife wants to watch this Wednesday Addams show, and she's 2 episodes in. I haven't finished the first episode. I've got to catch up with her to watch it, but I just think Wednesday never smiles. Oh, she's not supposed to smile. Well, no, how is that interesting? Someone that never smiles, and then she's fighting with her mom, Morticia, and saying, "I never want to have children. I never want to be a wife." And it's like, oh, okay, it's more of the propaganda.
Yep.
Because we want to have zero population growth for climate change, which was in the upcoming ice age when I was a kid. Then it was, oh no, it's the opposite. Just like that Twilight Zone episode where they wake up and it's like, no, the sun's getting super hot. And it's like, no, that's not. Well, it's just something's going to change. We'll just call it climate change. Then that'll cover something, whatever happens. It's like we get, that carbon dioxide, that's bad stuff. We got to get rid of it. These people are breathing. We got to stop that. Maybe remember when they were wanting to tax people for breathing? And then AOC wrote this wonderful proposal. We just need to get rid of the cows because they're farting too much and stop having airplanes and cars. It's like it's written by a 7-year-old girl.
I'm doing my part. I try to eat steak whenever I can. They ought to be happy that I'm putting those cows down. And
many pigs died so I could have dinner. So I could have a big Christmas dinner yesterday.
We're trying.
Man, I could never be a hunter, man. I appreciate it all, but it was hard for me to kill those 2 mice the other day. I had a mice problem, and I was seeing that mouse stuck in the glue. It's like, man, I mean, I wish I could free it and put it 7 miles from the house somewhere. Oh well. Shit. Is Eric Breen still trying to get in?
I don't know.
Let's see.
He's been threatening to buy a new computer for 1.5 years now.
Yeah, but he works in a comic store. He's always going to find new amazing stuff that you can just keep that computer going. You can.
And he says since the fossils, he's had to spend a lot more money because he'll see things that we'll hold up and then he'll want them.
He says yes, but I don't know what he's saying yes to. Maybe he's talking about the band Yes, since we're talking about music.
He's probably saying yes. I'm still trying to get on.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
I've got World Crisis Foretold here.
Oh dear.
Will the torch of liberty fall?
Yes.
Let's see. Who wrote this? When it began, what is ahead? What is needed to meet it? From E.G. White.
Oh, okay.
Is he a bad guy or a good guy?
No, that's a lady. That's Seventh-day Adventist.
Oh, is that what this is? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Ellen.
And then underneath that book, I have to put my thumb over it because it's got a Bill Ward cover. It's Rich Bitch in Heat. And under that is The Stone God Awakens.
Wow.
I've got very what the heck? Then underneath that, this is kind of my version of Gotham City Comics. It just shows you.
Yeah.
Then I've got the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Nice.
And then what else do I have here, man? Oh boy, there's a poster I made of a cover of Monster World. See, the real Wednesday Addams isn't this. Oh, and they give her superpowers where she can like read people's minds, know what's happened. You know, she's like a mutant or something. And she goes to this Harry Potter school where at one table they have the vampires and one table they have the werewolves. When did the Addams Family turn into a monster show? It was just like these crazy, insane, bohemian beatnik type people. I mean, the thing coming out of a box was mysterious. And Cousin Ed, I mean, you really could have someone, a midget with long hair in your family, but
Sure.
But, you know, of course, in the 90s movie, they had to take it to the obvious next level where he comes out of the box and is running around. Of course, he's the same way in this movie.
But it's that everything must be feminized. That's why you have Wednesday. There's certainly no show called Pugsley.
Oh, and the other thing about it is the Gomez Addams. There's probably Eric. You know, they say, hold on. You know, he does look like the original Charles Addams drawing, but the original Charles Addams drawing always had an insane grin like John Astin. This guy's not smiling. So it's just no one ever. The Addams Family were a loving family and they were always having fun. It wasn't this Tim Burton shit. Eric Breen. Hello, Eric.
Yeah, I know I keep threatening to buy a computer, but I'm going to wait until my gas and electric bill isn't bigger than my mortgage.
Well,
Thank
you know,
Joe.
My wife found that if we weren't on average monthly billing, our electric bill last month would have been $802. So, and there's no, of course, here in this little town, there's only one electric company. There's not several competing, which brings the price down. And then, you know, we've got a president that's giving away all the oil and shutting down pipelines.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yeah, when I was gonna trying to get on before, you guys were talking about music, and I was saying there is some good stuff out there. I got a friend that it's all he does is he basically his anxieties are so bad that he can't leave the house. So he just looks for stuff constantly. And he
Okay.
comes up with a lot of really good music, and it's all people you've never heard of.
Right.
And most 99% of them don't ever get any notoriety. But it's like I said, you just have to look for it harder. I mean, great source for good music is Little Steven on Sirius, I guess what it is now. But he's gone so far left that I can't stand to even listen to him.
Well, yeah, he's tainted with the Bruce Springsteen stink. But yeah,
Bruce-
he used to have a good music show. He had pretty good taste.
Bruce Springsteen could hang out with us politically compared to Steven at this point.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, he's Howard Stern left now.
Really?
Yeah.
And Howard Stern used to be someone that could have hung out with us. He's changed. At least I think he has, because he used to be someone I loved his show a few decades ago. And I think his cousin is Jack Adler, right, from DC Comics.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so yeah, he would always get all these free Superman comics when he was a kid. Is he a colorist or something? What is Jack Adler? Maybe we have to Google that. But it was a guy that worked at DC, the big name. Yeah, I think back to the 90s. There were bands like the Digits and who were they? Man, there was the Dwarves, the Cows, Southern Culture on the Skids. There were all these bands that never really made it, but were interesting. And I'm sure that that's what's going on now, but I don't have any real way to find out about those bands. I know about the Suffragettes because my friend Gerald, I don't know if I discovered or he did, but I mean, they're not doing anything innovative. They're just playing Ventures music while wearing miniskirts, and they're girls. So it's interesting because no one does music like the Ventures now.
But
I don't
about
need
20
anything
years
more than
ago,
Huh?
but
They're called the Suffragettes.
Yeah, I've heard him. Yeah. I've seen one. I like Oliver Tree. Have you guys heard of that guy? Ever seen Oliver Tree?
No.
He's like he's my son's music. Pretty good actually. But it's young people music.
20 years ago, I figured out how to escape pop music, which means that anything new, popular, I would never hear about it. But even in the electronic realm, it's really stupid. The like I said, house music is dead. Nobody's do. There was a weird attempt here in Portugal, and it worked, but I hate it, at merging trap music with the Angolan form of R&B called kizomba, but that thing gets so repetitive because all the guys are just using vocoders to sing, and nothing differentiates any artist from another. The hip hop scene is dead creatively in every country.
Yeah, I don't know what genre is interesting now. I mean, I don't know of anything really, but there's something out there, I'm sure. But usually when I find something, what's interesting is interesting because it sounds like something from decades ago.
Yeah, well, our cultural equivalent of blues music has been making a comeback in the last 20 years, and it's pretty much by the book. Although a friend of mine was a professional singer. He actually has managed to introduce some orchestral pieces into something that was played with two guitars, but it works. but it's not something that we can. We know that there are people who come from abroad to listen to it, but it's not something that we can export in a big way, because it's very focused for people looking at, let's say, certain types of world music.
Yeah, I just miss being able to turn on the radio in 1974 and you'd hear a country song, then you'd hear, the Carpenters, and then you'd hear rock and roll, hoochie coo. I mean, you'd have rock and roll mixed with country, with R&B. It wasn't segregated. Then at some point, it all became very segregated. But there was a time, I remember when I was a kid, when it was all top 40 was from all, at least the stations, that my older brothers listened to when they were driving me around places. That's what I remember.
Yeah, same here too. I missed the top 40 stations. It played a little bit of everything, popular music.
Yeah. So, I don't know. The stuff like this, I don't know what to do with it. It's just like, I don't even know why. I must have gotten a pack of Spanish comics, and it's like it's so tame. Actually, that's kind of cool. The lady there in the mirror, but I can't. I'll just put it on a shelf somewhere. But yeah, as far as what's popular, what's good now, I just don't know.
Well, it's one of the reasons why it's hard to find stuff is since there's no money in music anymore. There are no A&R reps. There's no label reps that go around to stores and promote stuff. I mean, you can get stuff. I mean, now you rely on Spotify, and if you like this, like rabbit holes, you can get sent down.
Right.
But the popular music has become way more just generic, mass consumption oriented type. And yes, and like I said, they're really the bands we grew up with, there was I don't know, it seems like when we were younger, the popular music was also some of the best music. I mean, there's nobody more popular than the Beatles and the Stones, and there was nobody better than them either. Now, I'm sure you can find a ton of people better than Taylor Swift.
Yes.
But she's the most popular person. And no disrespect to her, because I know some people whose music opinions I respect, actually, that do like her. But, like I said, in the 60s, the Monkees were considered bubblegum. We're still listening to them today.
Yep.
You're not listening. Nobody's listening to New Kids on the Block for anything other than nostalgia, or NSYNC 20 years later, other than anything other than or 10 years other than nostalgia. I mean, the stuff back then stood the test of time because there were less options for entertainment, so you had to be really good if you wanted to stand out. Now there's just so many things. Everybody's doing it, and like I said there's I don't know where the great bands are now. I don't think there really are any.
Well, the thing about the 60s that's interesting, once you realize this thing, and I know that you know this, Eric, but there was, if people out there, anyone of the 12 people watching, if you watch a movie called The Wrecking Crew, not the Matt Helm, Dean Martin movie, but about the Wrecking Crew in the recording industry. They were called the Wrecking Crew. They were studio musicians, and they helped they were amazing musicians, but they were pretty much unknown. But they're on everything that you love. And the Monkees, they were just pretty much actors that were hired to be Beatles in a sitcom. So they tried to get appealing young actors, and they kind of halfway learned to play their instruments. Michael Nesmith was more talented than the others, but they were just. But what you're hearing is this the amazing musicianship of the Wrecking Crew, and like Gary Lewis and the Playboys. Jerry Lewis's son was not some super talent, but the music is very, like the song "This Diamond Ring" is just like you listen to that now compared to the music, which was just maybe some people consider to be a throwaway song, but that song's amazing. And it's that. And then there was this one guy named, I think his name is Tommy Tedesco, that was a guitar player. And he is the guy. Everything you loved about the 60s was him. When you see Bonanza and you hear that opening guitar, that's him. When you watch the Munsters and that amazing opening credits music, that's him. He's everything you've ever heard that's wonderful of that time. The sitcoms, Brian Wilson brought the Wrecking Crew in to help, make his masterpieces, with the Beach Boys, so, you really look up these people that really, until that movie came out, to a lot of people were unknown. I was like, wow, that's what made that whole time period is these, and they were men and women, and they were just brought in to so many recording sessions of songs that you and love. You guys have heard of that, I'm sure.
We do have a member of the Wrecking Crew here with us today, but that's probably a different Wrecking Crew than you were talking about.
Well, what do you mean?
Graphic. Were you Bulldozer?
Yeah, the guy with the blonde hair.
Yeah. Is that a wrestling reference?
No. We were massacring some Defenders issues on the Geeky Puppet Show, and Graphic was one of the members of the Wrecking Crew.
I have never heard of this Men I Trust.
No, I haven't either.
You guys know who Pogo is?
The band?
The band?
Yeah. You must know who he is, Micah. And, the guy that Steven Crowder used to put on his show all the time. Electronic music?
No.
Really good.
I remember Pogo. How many years ago was that?
He's really good. So he's politically aligned with us. I think he's Australian, and he makes electronic mix music, where what he does is he mixes soundtracks typically from old Disney movies, right?
Did he make the opening theme to Louder with Crowder, the One Strange Animal?
No, that's not him.
Whatever that song is, that's
a great one.
It's interesting.
His stuff is usually about one of his most famous ones is the one with where it's a Jean-Luc Picard song from the Star Trek: The Next Generation. He became popular when Trump was president, in 2016 is when he became popular. He was a counterculture music. It kind of comes from like maybe the 4chan area of the internet is what I would say. But it's really good. It's good stuff. You would like it, Micah, because he does a lot of mashups with classic Disney stuff. And then he makes great videos using the animation. It's quite beautiful, really.
Wow, could be a featured Gilkane alarm.
Yeah.
I
like things that are supposed to be kind of out of place. For example, I would never probably go looking for too much bluegrass music, but lately there's been a lot of bluegrass artists that have started doing the Led Zeppelin music or AC/DC songs, and Iron Horse, for example. And boy, they can play. If you ever hear good rock and roll music with a mandolin, I hate to say blow your mind because that's a cliche, but I really like that. Because I'm an old fuddy-duddy, but bluegrass versions of old rock songs are. Give it a shot.
I'll check it out.
There's a band that I saw. It might have been a local band back in Texas. They did a whole. They did the entire rock opera Tommy in a bluegrass style, and I like bluegrass music. And there's a guy on YouTube I think it's Takes Bluegrass. I don't know. He puts up all these bluegrass albums from the past. That's a genre I forgot that I do like. Because if you like the Beverly Hillbillies theme,
Sure.
who doesn't? Which is another example of the Wrecking Crew. I just don't like. It's not that I don't want. I'd love for a good movie to come out in the theater. I'd love for good music to be on the radio. I don't want it to be this way. It's just the way it is. And you're right. You're right, Eric. How do bands? You can't put out a record. No one buys records. People don't buy CDs. People download music. People just take it for free, listen for free. Nobody pays for music. So I guess the only way you can make money is by touring. And how do you do that when everybody's terrified of some thing, that we can't even mention because we don't have freedom of speech?
No, honestly though, at this point, I'm not all that upset about there not being a whole lot of new stuff out there because, realistically, I'm in the fourth quarter. So if I can just go back and rewatch the stuff that I know I'm going to like and listen to the stuff I know I'm going to like. And, I can't read my way out of the, comics that I have.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if something good, if there's something new and good, that's great. But, I said I'm glad I've got this opinion at 60 and not at 20. Yeah, because there'd be a lot of disappointment ahead if I felt like that.
You've got a point. You can go back and listen to old music, and there's always old music to discover for the first time.
Yeah.
Same thing with comics. There's nothing good. There's always old comics. The only thing is the people in the younger generations, if they listen, because I had students. They say, I don't like movies. I don't like music. And they would say this, like, how can you not like music? How can you? And it's because they were only exposed to what was on TV and what movies were brought to them by their older brothers, which were probably movies like Blood In, Blood Out, Grand Theft, or not, what are those movies? Fast and the Furious. And they just realize this is shit. And so they don't like anything. And so they don't watch anything that lasts longer than 15 seconds on TikTok. And they have no attention span. And bottom line, Captain Strangelove finds a treasure trove of Big Little books for $4 or $5 each. And that stuff probably would have still been there 10 years from now if he hadn't bought those.
Yeah.
And eventually would probably be in a landfill. And all the stuff we collect, I'm not as optimistic as Horror Mike, who says, there's all these Kickstarters for comics. Well, but they're not in stores. And bottom line, what I'm trying to say is the stuff that we value will be, to these people, it will be worthless in the future. Just like these Big Little books that no one remembers, just like no one knows, I was talking to, I've never heard of Popeye. What's Popeye? It's like, how do you not know what Popeye is? Well, because how does a young person know what Popeye is? It's not, you don't have 4 channels that you watch. They've got an unlimited amount of channels, or they have YouTube, and they type in what they want to look at. And Popeye is not going to come at them. No. It's not like you come home from school at 3:30 and there's 2 channels, or maybe only 1 channel that has a cartoon show, and it's called Popeye and Friends, and that's how you find out about Popeye and Bugs Bunny. And you see Gilligan's Island, and everyone You know,
I'm sorry to say that I first found out about the Flintstones and Scooby Doo by watching the Flintstone Kids and a pup named Scooby Doo.
Oh,
well,
They were not good. I mean, I watched them, but when I found out about the original, okay.
but sometimes when you're
there are things. You know what? The last time Terry Toon and anything from Terry Toons was on Portuguese TV was when I was 8. So since then, nobody's been able to discover Terry Toons.
I'm curious, Paulo, if you watch the Dino Kid show or whatever you just said, and then watch the 60s Flintstones, did it have an effect on your appreciation of the 60s? Because sometimes your first impression taints your future likes. Did you recognize the quality of the Flintstones?
Yes,
Okay,
because you can see it in the writing.
Good.
Then of course there's the Great Gazoo, but we don't talk about that.
You know, I will say when I found those Big Little books a few months ago at that other shop, and I bought about 5 of them, and I they just like you, Grazio. I'll just go back next time and get the rest of them. They were all gone.
oh, were they really?
Yeah, so that on the one hand, I was like, damn it, but on the other hand, it's like, okay, there are still some people out there that do care.
Well, I guess there are. And then on the other hand, optimistically, when there were only a few channels, and when I came home, I could only see Popeye cartoons that were made in the 50s and ones that were made in the early 60s with limited animation. And now, if there's someone that's resourceful enough, a younger person that actually will look for things, you can see all the Max Fleischer black and white Popeye that I was not able to see as a kid, because they figured in the 70s, why would we want to run black and white cartoons when we can run these color ones that aren't made as well? But the black and white, no one wants that. Everyone just bought a color TV. They're not going to. But now in Terry Toons, you can start watching the silent era Terry Toons with Farmer Alfalfa, and there are people that have playlists that go on for hours and hours, if not days, of all the Terry Toons, and so you can see all this stuff now that I could never see as a kid. I could never see the Max Fleischer, Betty Boop, and Popeyes till I was in college when they ran them during this clown show on my local channel. Look at this comic. Isn't this amazing looking? Look at that logo. It's just beautiful. Just the look of imagine that on a 7-Eleven spinner rack. It's just
they're showing the Kevin Costner movie this weekend, I think, on Grit.
Yeah, is that any good?
I think the Costner movie was probably the closest to a reality. A lot of them get the shootout at the corral a little wrong. I think his is the most accurate.
Kevin Costner always kind of struck me as just somebody's kind of dull older brother. He just never really seemed like a movie star to me. He just kind of seemed like some schlub that would live next door to you, and I don't know. He's just like, he's all right, I guess. But
The fact that they chose Kevin Costner to play Robin Hood made Robin Hood Men in Tights an even funnier movie than anyone would expect.
Yeah.
Why should we listen to you? Because unlike other Robin Hoods, I have a British accent.
Yeah, I never saw either of those movies. I kind of.
There's a modern version of the Magnificent Seven, which they tried to make it all grim and gritty, but
no. I love the original Magnificent Seven.
Even the 2 movies that they made as a cash grab after the original are better than the modern reinterpretation.
Yeah.
I like
There was one good thing about the modern version, and it was the character played by the guy from the Law and Order spin-off, the guy who played the Kingpin on the TV show.
Vincent
was the guy's
D'Onofrio.
name?
Vincent D'Onofrio.
Yeah, Vincent D'Onofrio. Yeah, Vincent D'Onofrio plays a character in the Magnificent Seven. But when they go and pick him up, the guy hasn't spoken to anyone in years. So he said he told the director he was gonna do a screen, but it was gonna be a surprise. He wasn't gonna show it, and they did it in one take because they were never going to have the same effect of everybody being genuinely frightened by the scream that he did. That's the only good thing. It's a thing that you watch the modern movie, man. This part is really good. It's really good, but the movie in general,
Yeah. Well, Gratu, you may like the two messages Man Bear Pig just put up.
Oh, I haven't been looking. Let's see here. I'm behind.
Sorry to interrupt you, Paulo.
Let's see. Michael Taylor says I was late in the Horror Mike live stream chat, and then I'm sure you guys know that the Flintstones are inspired by the Honeymooners. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And Scooby Doo was Dobie Gillis. Dark Horse just announced they're almost all the cartoons from that era were inspired by some something. Dark Horse and then Top Cat was that kind of like Sergeant Bilko.
yeah.
Dark Horse just announced they're reprinting Creepy and Eerie original size with ads and letters pages. Will be paperback with 5 issues collected per volume. Okay, I unfortunately I think I have a lot of those originals, but they're 5. Yeah, depending on what it costs, if it is, I don't know. I'm pretty excited. Well, yeah, if you don't have the originals, then, but if you do, and even if you've got them, it might be interesting. Just but it depends on also what they cost. I don't have hardly any money now. Do you know when the first ones will hit stores? Says Eric. Movie World. I only know who Don is because he played. Yeah, Robert E. Howard, and he was in Full Metal Jacket. Yeah. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess I didn't know they. So Dark Horse has the Creepy and Eerie rights. Interesting. So they must be the people that went after Warrant doing Creeps that made them change it to Shudder. I thought it might have been actually James Warren who
I'd heard.
He's still been out of shape because all that he thinks was stolen from him, and I think it kind of was. I think he got really sick or something, and somehow all that wound up. I don't know the exact. I could go back and research it, but something happened where he lost all the rights to all that stuff, and no one's done it justice. I don't think. I mean, the unauthorized ones are better. I think that come from Warrant. But even the original Creepy and Eerie's were not as good as the EC that they were imitating.
No, but they did get better.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, I think, is once you've read some EC, what Warren magazines didn't have was the twist endings that almost every EC story had that felt so much like, that's really clever. This is like the Twilight Zone would later be. And it made you rethink the, I think Twisted Tales might have been closer to the EC. I mean, I'm not knocking the Warren magazines, but
no, it's more of a EC comics were like a once in a lifetime accomplishment, because some of the people that were working on Creepy and Eerie were old EC guys.
Yes, but what the problem is, they didn't have the writers. They were the artists. And so it could look like EC, and it was nice that it didn't have the EC lettering, which I don't think anyone liked. But they kept doing that lettering because William Gaines did not want to fire the couple that his dad had employed doing that weird mechanical looking lettering. But Kurtzman refused on his books, the war books and Mad, and to use, he has more traditional hand lettering. But yeah, it was Gaines and Feldstein. They were their writing. Was,
I guess you look at those, so they're I still watch the Reds. Why, I don't know. But I'm never going to get the 75, 76 Reds again. I mean, they were one of the greatest teams that were ever assembled. EC Comics to me, it's a horror. Or like the 27 Yankees, if you will. There's stuff that I'm going to like. Probably nothing as much as I like those, because I don't think anybody is capable of recreating that, and that's that's unfortunate. But it's also, you realize, it makes you appreciate how good the ECs were.
Yeah, and then, Warren had to put in nudity and cursing. I mean, the gore was there in the EC, but they added that in, and that's kind of what
that was Bill Dubé's idea.
Okay. Well, I mean, it appeals to 14-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
But then,
here's one thing that because I have a collected edition of something that was made by the Spanish studios, and it's full of the protagonist is naked most of the time, but Bill Dubé edited it and added flying schlongs to the original on top of the original art. So when you had a typical European style erotic stuff that was pushing the envelope, and Bill Dubé turned it into a penis joke.
Well, when did Bill Dubé come in to the mix?
Late 70s, I think.
Okay.
Because then
Bill
they launched
Dubé,
Comics
was
International.
he the one that was behind 1984 and 1994?
Yeah.
That was the extreme. That he pushed it so far there, and I think that's those were a lot of those were European comics that were probably made more extreme, and that struck me as really, that left a bad taste in my mouth. And then when Warren finally disappeared off the Rex about 82 or so, or right about the end of high school, or maybe the very end of 83, I didn't even notice they went out, because to me it was already dead. That 1984 stuff, I mean, I didn't mind the little cutesy poo stuff in the 70s. There'd be nipples here and there, and but that, it pushed it way beyond, because to me that's still stuff that's aimed at 14-year-olds, and they pushed it to kind of an X-rated level, and I thought it was bad taste, and as a young adult or whatever I was then.
Do any of you guys have that Comics International title that he put out that I always saw the ad on the back cover for?
Yeah, I have a few of those.
Those were made in Spain. They came out in Spain in Spanish 2 months before they were published in the US. They were just sold at the same time, which was enough time for Bill Dubé to turn them into dick jokes.
Well, what I remember about the one, I might just have one issue. One I've got is all Richard Corbin stories that are reprinted in color. So that one may not be a European one, but the others probably were. And I remember they made a big deal about a Dracula magazine that I think was from Spain or somewhere. That was about 1972. They had a big deal about a colored Dracula comic portfolio or something. I don't know what they called it.
I think I have that. They ended up releasing it as a like a prestige paperback format.
Yeah, and it looks like black light art, kind of.
Yeah. Very
So
pretty.
Paulo, you're not going to show us those.
No, this is the thing. This is a modern reprint made by Titan UK of the prison ship storyline, which
Was that in-
that was in 1984. So Marocco came up with the story. Bruce Jones was invited to write it, but here it's with the original writing as conceived by Jones, and without any flying schlong. So the character is naked a lot, but
Yeah. Oh, let me blow it up. But more tastefully, I suppose. Yeah.
yeah, well, yeah, it's it's European erotica. So yeah, it would be if you want to get something sexy, it's not. They try to make it natural, but what Bill Dubé did was he added flying cocks flying around here just because.
With an explanation, or
No explanation.
oh,
Some things don't need an explanation.
Well,
well, I would want an explanation.
well,
Yeah, but in the US they didn't know. You went to buy you went to read the original Spanish magazine to see the original art. But in the US you didn't know, and at the time
If I picked up a Richie Rich and all that stuff was flying around, I'd be looking for the note from the editor in the back explaining why they're doing something like that.
well,
Well, but if Richie Rich was done in Mexico or something, and it just bought the rights to it, and they decided to draw flying schlongs all over Richie Rich, how would you know that it was done like that in the US?
I would think this was something they got from America, and those Americans must be crazy.
Well, I think the guy that started that flying stuff was Corbin, and then he might have been thinking, well, people like Corbin's art, maybe we should just add all that, draw that on the European art, and maybe it'll sell like the Corbins, because he liked to show the mammaries and the male appendages flopping around quite a bit, and his and I guess it's, if you read the Edgar Rice Burroughs books literally, that might be what you're imagining, but I think that it depends on how you interpret it, because to someone from the 19th century, they called the Native Americans naked savages, and they weren't literally naked, but to
Right.
Victorian era people, they're just wearing a loincloth. They're barely covered. They're naked. So,
Yeah.
so when Edgar Rice Burroughs says that Deja Thoris is naked, and I think that it may be more the way that that early artist, what's his name, the really great guy, that the first Edgar Rice Burroughs artist did the covers. They're almost naked, but the parts are covered with little bits of metal, and
Sure. Yeah, but Tarzan, when he's with the apes, is naked.
Oh,
There's no other
sure.
way.
And of course, John Carter is too when he first arrives on Mars. But, they do have the accoutrements and their weapons, and I think things are covered, I'm pretty sure. In ancient battle, Conan, people went into battle almost naked, because if they were wearing cloth and they were wounded, and the cloth fibers got into the wound, it would kill them. It would be an infection. So it's better to be cut by the sword in your naked skin, and they can kind of maybe close the wound. But if you get fibers in it, I think that's the story, because you always see these, barbarians naked, pretty much naked. I think they actually did go into combat almost literally stark naked, but with shields and swords in those ancient days. But I don't know. I wasn't there, so that's what I've heard.
Well, kids, as much as I'm enjoying a conversation about flying schlongs and naked warriors, speaking of warriors, my hideously underachieving Tar Heels are on in about 10 minutes, and I'm going to hit the shower.
Okay.
Probably a few minutes before they will, but thanks for letting me come on for a bit.
You'll be watching something called The Bengals later, I bet.
Well, hopefully by that time, Carolina will either have the game put away or be on their way to 5-4. But yes, I will be watching that too. So, you guys have a great rest of the stream. And
All right.
wow, it just kicked me off too. That's bizarre. Hang on a sec. Oh, okay. Wow, my browser protection thing just took over my screen. Anyway, you guys have a great rest of the day. And Mike, are you reading with us tonight?
Perhaps. I don't know yet, but
All right. Well, I might see you there. If not, I will see you guys Wednesday.
all right.
Take care,
See ya.
guys.
Take care.
Oh, he's gonna love the image that he'll see Wednesday.
Yeah, I
Have
don't
you
think I'm
seen
gonna make
Apollo?
it. I don't think I'm gonna make it this Wednesday either. We have the Christmas dinner party for the auto journalists, so I'm gonna get drunk, very drunk.
All right. I'll send you
Hey, are
the
you
intro.
back to your like a regular gig for a while? You were like between jobs. Are you all
Yeah.
secure now?
No, I'm still between jobs. I did some writing for some press. I wrote some press releases at the end of the year. I was almost sure that I was going to get a job with a bank doing reports on futures, but that kind of fell through. So I'm looking for something else.
But you're getting by. You're getting by okay.
It's probably going to run out. I have a mortgage to pay, and I'm probably going to run out of money in a few months. So,
Well, how much is alcohol there? You shouldn't get drunk if you can't pay your bills.
no, it's $20 for the entire dinner, including wine and spirits.
Oh,
This is Portugal. Food is still cheap, although
amazing.
not as cheap as it used to be last year.
Wow.
Hmm. Man, you ever thought about coming over here? Everyone else is.
He should probably better off where he's at.
Well, what do you think? There's more comic books here. There's
yeah,
stores.
no. If the opportunity had arisen back when I was in my mid 20s, I would have done it. But after I bought this house, I kind of, because in Portugal you don't buy houses and sell them. If you buy a house, you have to commit to it for the next decades. Otherwise, you won't have money. You won't have money for anything with the money, with how much you'll still be owing the bank even after you sell the house in order not to default on the loan. But yeah, if I until 27, if I had the opportunity, I would, and somebody had invited me over to do something, I would have said yes. But I needed a contract. I can't just show up there and give me a job. In order to get a green card, I need to show up there with a written contract for a certain number of time. Otherwise, nobody will let me in. Because that's how you're supposed to get in. You show up with a contract and they let you in. I don't go over the border and then have somebody say that I have the right to be there. That's stupid.
Yeah. Well,
So Paulo, I'll send you the intro, so you won't miss a thing.
All right. Awesome. Meanwhile, it's getting to be dinner time in here.
Right.
So I'm gonna have to go as well.
all right. Take care.
See ya.
Good to see you, man.
I saw the screen picture for Wednesday's show, and I thought that was me. And my wife says, "No, that's not you. That's Eric Breen."
That's Eric Breen. Yeah.
I said, "Well, doesn't that look a lot like me?" And she says, "No, that's clearly Eric Breen." And it's like, I don't even know what my own face looks like.
Yeah, I somebody's already told me you didn't put Jambo in it. They always want Jambo to be in danger.
There aren't many covers that have that many people on.
No.
every-
No.
You're gonna have to stick to giant. Oh, there's your UFO you were talking about.
Yeah. I just realized it was sitting here.
Yeah,
So it's got a gyroscope inside of it.
Hmm.
Takes a while for it to initiate, but it'll catch in a second.
The heck is Michael Taylor talking about? The little girl was on her back screaming as the Cody was dragging her away.
There's a
What is
coyote
that?
attack.
Oh, it's a reference to something up here.
Yeah.
Oh, he was talking about
Where did that happen at?
on the news yesterday. I haven't heard of this.
There it goes.
Oh, wow. What a strange toy.
Isn't it weird?
Yeah.
But it also has, you know, it'll also balance. It comes off of this gimbal thing, and it will balance on your finger, or it'll balance on this stand,
Oh,
you know, like the old Whizzers,
okay.
you know. And then it's kind of it's a play set. It comes with accessories and figures, and these little guys inside here. These open up, and these little guys come out. You know,
What year did this come out?
1960.
Oh, that's pretty early.
That's it. You can pick it up.
Cool.
Have you guys seen the movie A Face in the Crowd? 1957, Andy Griffith.
I think I have, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think I have. It's been a while, but yeah, that's the movie that made Andy Griffith famous, pretty much, right?
I suppose. I thought No Time for Sergeants and all
Oh
that.
yeah, maybe No
But,
Time for Sergeants was first.
But from my generation, growing up with the Andy Griffith show, whereas you're used to him being the good guy all the time, to seeing him as this scoundrel, it's kind of off-putting. But
yeah, pop singer, is that who the character's like an Elvis type?
a country, yeah, a smooth talking, gets on TV, charms everybody, but
Yeah, I have.
he's a scoundrel. And anyway, I recommend that anytime I get a chance. So.
Yeah, I have seen that. Back in the 1990s, I saw that.
Yeah.
I just watched a bunch of I've been recently watching Tubi. I heard about that Tubi app from Horror Mike, and so it's a free app that you know, and they have a lot of good content. And so I watched in the past few days. I watched American Graffiti, more American Graffiti, rewatched The Wanderers, and rewatched Hollywood Nights, and it was really fun. It was in succession. It was interesting watching, you know, obviously American Graffiti is the best of the four movies, but it's interesting looking at that mid 70s kind of 60s cruising like craze, that classic cars and street life, whatever, you know. Good stuff.
American Graffiti was the best, and then more American Graffiti was just like George Lucas trying to experiment with different types of film and different film
I didn't like
styles.
the segmented screen thing that he did, you know.
Well, part of it was made to look like Woodstock, and part of it, I think, the Vietnam stuff was like shot in 16 millimeters, so it was a little frame in the middle, and
right.
I forget what all he did. I think the part that was normal was the John Milner as a drag racer part.
Yeah, you're right.
And the stuff with Ron Howard and the protesters was shot like Woodstock with split screens, different screens popping up around everywhere. That's my memory. It was a movie that didn't need to exist, and yeah, really shouldn't have probably existed because, just what it said at the end of American Graffiti, just that, this is what happened to this person. It was just kind of a slap in the face. That's all you really needed. But I
And
didn't
I'm
like seeing Ron
answering.
Howard with a mustache either.
I'm answering Movie World. Andy Griffith was in the show Salvage One. Didn't last long. He put together his own spaceship out of a junkyard. So
Right.
Yeah, there were
remember
a
that.
couple of. There was another one about the same time period called Quark that I think was pretty good, as I recall.
Richard Benjamin.
Yeah, and I think it had a character kind of like very topical, kind of like transgender half.
He absolutely
something
did.
like
Yeah,
that.
there was a character. It was half and half, right? They were
Something like
split in
that.
half, right?
I don't know, something like that. I
Yeah, I feel
remember.
like it was like a male on one half and a female on the other half, kind of like Frank Gorshin from the original series with the black and white thing.
Yeah, and then Hollywood Nights was. I think John Landis was pissed because he thought it was a complete ripoff of Animal House. But oh, cool.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
I got him to sign.
neat. But yeah, I liked Hollywood Nights. It's a very vulgar movie. Yeah,
It is. It's fun.
yeah,
It holds up. It's fun.
yeah. That movie's fun, and I don't have a big memory of The Wanderers though. I don't. It doesn't stick in my memory.
I love The Wanderers.
I need to watch it again. So those movies are all there uncut, huh? But with
Yeah, it's all
commercials.
uncut. They have short commercial breaks, but it's not too bad on Tubi. There's not too many interruptions, and they're short, and everything's uncut.
Yeah, I need to investigate that more.
They also have a lot of good old shows on there. Like they have the Logan's Run TV show is on there right now. Battlestar Galactica is there. Yeah, all of Logan's Run is there. All of V is there. All of the Ron Ely Tarzan TV show is on there.
Yeah.
Every episode of the Batman 66, it's all on there.
Really?
I hate to admit it, I'm very unfamiliar with Logan's Run TV. I saw the movie, of course, but
it's different actors, and
is it kind of a retelling?
No, I think they get out of the city, and then they're like going across the country and encountering people, and it's kind of like to Logan. It's to Logan's Run what the Planet of the Apes TV show was to Planet of the Apes. It's just it's not a. I think they kind of recreate the plot line of the movie in the pilot, and they have all the costumes still, but it's just different actors. And then they have a robot that's like a Data kind of robot, that android that they encounter that goes with them, I think, with white hairs. I may be mixing that up with what was the show where they had the bird guy? Was that Buck Rogers at the end?
Yeah, Hawk. Yeah.
Hawk. Okay, it's like a character that they introduced to them. Well, maybe this will bring up the ratings. Maybe we bring in a Mr. Spock type guy. But
Buck Rogers is on Tubi too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's on.
Do they have Daniel Boone? I've been wanting to watch Daniel Boone for some reason.
I haven't seen Daniel Boone on there. Now there is still Daniel Boone episodes you can find here on YouTube. If you're looking for like the color ones with Fess Parker and Ed Ames, right? Is that what you're talking about? The hour-long episodes with I think was it Fess Parker and Ed Ames who's in that show?
Yeah,
Fess Parker. I'll be showing Wednesday, so.
Yeah, I think some of that's on YouTube. I've seen some of it on YouTube. I love that.
I have to. I love the theme song.
Yeah, there's certain shows from these different eras that I really like. I like. Do you remember a show called? Was it called High Chaparral?
Yeah.
Remember that High Chaparral? I used to love
Is
that
that
show.
where he's got the Mexican wife and Yeah,
Kind of
that-
like Dynasty. It's like this rich widower and his two sons buy a ranch, I think, in Arizona or California, and he marries this Mexican woman. Yeah,
but
who's
she's
also
much,
an
much
aristocrat.
younger, as I recall.
Yeah, much younger, and she's an aristocrat. She's like the daughter of the wealthy landowner that butts up against his ranch, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Who was in that? Cameron Mitchell was the guy. Was in that show. Blue
Yeah.
Traps.
Yeah. Well, I got a glue trap, and it was horrifying. Yeah, because the thing was alive. It was horrible. Yeah, but I just had to get the mice out of our, because one of them ran across the bed. My wife's feet. It was like just.
They must be watching your episode from the very beginning or something.
I guess because I talked about this at the beginning of the episode.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They must have started at the beginning, and they're commenting on stuff that happened that I said in the first 7-8 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm wondering.
So when they catch up, hi.
Okay, so yeah, they're commenting on the beginning of the show. Yeah, I thought they're just punishing me. Why are you reminding me of some trauma from 4 hours ago when I first started this ridiculous live stream? Yeah, I don't like killing anything, man. I'm like a Buddhist. I will avoid stepping on an ant if I see. I mean, well, what's the point of killing one of God's creatures? I mean, if it was Little House in the Prairie and I had to go out hunting, I guess I would do that. But if I don't need to kill that deer, unless I don't know.
Michael Taylor asked about a movie called St. I think that's.
I don't think it has the T at the end.
It's the snake movie, right?
I could be wrong.
I think they turn a guy into a snake.
Yeah, it just is. It's without the T.
It's a color movie. Yeah.
1974, 1973.
I've seen it. It's
yeah.
pretty creepy. Yeah.
Yeah, there's another great one called Slithus. That's a movie from 1972, but it's like a throwback to the 50s. And then there's a great one that I think should be part of everyone's Thanksgiving tradition. My wife disagrees. I showed it to her on one of our first Thanksgivings, but it's called Blood Freak. And it's weird because it's the main character is this very religious guy, and he's not made fun of. It's like it's a religious movie, but then as I recall, it's very religious. But then this guy eats some contaminated, I don't know what it was, some kind of drug in the turkey. But anyway, he turns into this turkey. He has a giant turkey head, and then there's draining blood out of people. It's this gory monster movie with all this religion tied into it. I unless they're trying to we're going to make a horror movie, but we're going to get a message behind it to try to convert these kids at the drive-in. I don't know. You got to look up a trailer for Blood Freak. I'd play it, but I'll probably get a cut. Probably turn black, and the stream has been interrupted by our copyright strikers. Blood Freak. Yeah, look that up. It's insane. It's really funny unintentionally. Unless they've got really good senses of humor and they're trying to be funny.
Come on in, Grandma. We're going to watch a movie. Yeah, right.
Yeah, Blood Freak. Let me see when that came out. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I didn't want to kill those mice. They're cute little guys, but they're like, no, man, I can't have that. And that's a health hazard. Let's see what it says here. 1972. Blood Freak, also known as Blood Freaks, is a 1972 American horror film directed by Brad F. Grinter and starring Steve Hawks. Whatever. Let's see. Plot. Well, while riding down the highway on his motorbike, Vietnam veteran Herschel helps a young religious girl called Angel, whose car is broken down, She takes Herschel back to her home where her sister Anne and many local friends of hers are smoking pot. Herschel refuses to smoke any, as Angel had warned him about them. However, Anne continues attempting to seduce him. Angel decides that Herschel should stay with them until he gets back on his feet in life. Whilst cleaning the girls' pool, Anne encourages Herschel to smoke a joint. He does and finds himself addicted. Herschel gets a job at a local turkey farm where he meets two scientists who are experimenting by testing certain chemicals on turkey meat. Herschel agrees to participate in a test by eating some of the turkey meat. To convince him to agree, the scientists bribe him with more marijuana. After eating the whole turkey, he passes out on the farm. He suffers a seizure, and the two scientists later find him, and worried about being investigated about the possible death of Herschel, they dump his body in the woodlands. But Herschel is not dead. He wakes up to find he has a giant turkey's head in place of his own head. He is also still addicted to drugs, but instead of smoking marijuana, he now craves the blood of other addicts. He comes to Anne for help, and at first she agrees. However, after Herschel kills 3 people to appease his habit, Anne finally appeals to 2 friends to stop Herschel by beheading him with a machete. Just as the turkey-headed Herschel is killed, the action jumps back to Herschel again, waking up in the woods. The entire sequence in which Herschel has a turkey head was only a hallucination. He's discovered by the owner of the turkey farm, who contacts Angel at the rehab center where she volunteers. Angel comes to collect Herschel, and after urging him to pray to God for assistance, takes him to the center to recover from his addiction. At the film's end, Herschel is reunited with a joyous Anne. Throughout the film, director Brad Grinter periodically appears to offer his commentary on the action. Oh man, it's a weird as heck movie.
Sounds awesome.
Blood Freak, and you'll recognize this because if you remember in the VHS days when you went in, this is what the VHS looked like. You saw this every time you went in the horror section and every video store back in the 80s. But anyway, I don't know. I can't account for that movie, but some people can appreciate these weird bad movies, and some people it's just like, why are we watching this? And my wife wasn't thrilled.
I'd probably be somewhere in the middle there, enjoying it, and then going, "Why am I watching this?"
Yeah, I remember it has this heavy religious message at the beginning. This girl's trying to convert this biker, and then it happens again at the end, and it's not like they're making fun of it. Because usually when there's a religious person in the movie, they're the butt of every joke. But no, it's like, it's okay. This is a movie, a religious movie, and then there's this guy with a turkey head and blood everywhere, and then it's back to being a religious movie. It's really insane. And the movie's called Blood Freak. It's not like it's going to be shown, a special showing in the church. There was some movies made by the Ron Ormond organization that they would make exploitation movies about strippers and killers and stuff and swamp creatures. But then they'd also make these religious films that would play in churches. And one of them was called If Footmen Tired You, What Would Horses Do? And it has these Cuban, it's about the Russian invasion of the United States. Hitting people, and I'm sure it's on YouTube.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's on YouTube.
And but the Cubans all have thick Southern accents, and they could barely try to fake a Spanish accent. You can tell they're from Georgia, and they're cutting off little kids' heads, and because they refuse to disavow God. So it's like and then there's this preacher that keeps appearing, a real preacher that keeps appearing and talking, and it's like half gore film and half. I'm sure it horrified little old ladies in the churches, and that's what it was supposed to do. But it's just like, then when they weren't making these church films, they were making these sexploitation movies, just using the same names. They made another one called The Burning Hell, where there's all these scenes in hell. It was it's just nuts. There's so much weird cinema. So yeah, no good movies coming out, but there's always these old, weird, messed up movies in the past that you can always entertain yourself.
Right. Yeah. There's still so much great stuff out there that I've never even heard of or seen.
Yeah, and I've like got this. I want to start watching more old John Wayne movies because I want to. I still haven't been to that John Wayne museum. I've looked at the outside of it, but I didn't have time to go in it or $20 even to go into it.
Yeah.
So
You ever
this-
see The Man That Shot Liberty Valance?
Yeah, I saw that years ago. Yeah.
That's one of his.
Groucho,
So, like,
is Ron Ormond the same guy that directed Mesa of Lost Women?
probably. Let me look at the poster behind me. I think so. I think so.
That's what showed up for me. It was the director of Mesa of Lost Women.
Yeah. They also, they just got some work helping make. Some preacher hired them to help make movies for his, ministry. It's just like those things that are so weird. Oh, let's see. People are saying, "Go Away" is saying Blood Freak is on YouTube. Thanks for letting me know about it. It's right up my alley. I think I'm gonna after I've completely ruined the whole plot for you. Sorry. I watched Black Sunday yesterday, and it's really amazing to see that movie again. Is that the one about the sniper in the football stadium? Do you know what I'm talking? I think they really
Charles Bronson, right?
I think they censored that movie when they played it on the network because they changed it where it wasn't someone shooting at people. They
It was the Super
refilmed
Bowl.
part of the movie. Was it a Super Bowl?
I think it took place at the Super Bowl, right? It was like they were going to blow up the Goodyear blimp over the Super Bowl or
Oh,
something.
that's what it was. Didn't they have a shooting in it too? Like, wasn't there a sniper? And I know that the ad had a big blimp.
Trying to murder the quarterback or something.
I never saw the movie.
I think, if I remember right, I mean, I might be wrong, but I saw it in the theater when it first came out when I was a kid.
Yeah,
Was he trying to go through the ear hole of the helmet? He takes that helmet off. Yeah. Wow.
Might be off. I mean, that's what I remember in my 10-year-old mind.
Yeah.
wow. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I'll tell you. I was telling this kid was really knew everything about the Titanic. I was saying, there was a movie they made, and it was a book, and then a movie was made before they ever discovered the Titanic at the bottom of the ocean. And at the time, they didn't know that the Titanic had broken in half. Although a few of the eyewitnesses in the lifeboats it said that. And it's I said, well, in this movie they bring the whole Titanic up because he was saying, you think they'll ever bring it up? And I said, well, there's a movie where they did that, but it's not accurate because they later found that it's broken. It's called Raise the Titanic, and he was real excited, wanted to look up that movie, and everything, So
It's been too long. It would fall apart.
yeah, but you remember that movie? I think about 79, 80.
I
It was
remember.
pretty good special effects.
Was it a docudrama or was it a real? Was it a real
No,
movie?
it's a real movie where it's before they discovered the Titanic at the bottom of the ocean. They bring it up, and it's it's actually floating. It's still intact. Just all rusty and.
I remember the ad for it on TV, but I don't think I saw the movie. I don't think I saw
Yeah,
it.
yeah. And they made a big giant model so that it looked. It's like they make all these great models, and then you can't see them. Like all the original Star Trek episodes, there was a model that was bigger than a VW Bug. I mean, that they used in Star Trek, but instead they have to put in all this CGI and then John Dykstra wins an Academy Award for Star Wars. I don't think any of his work I don't think you see any of his original models anymore in the original Star Wars. I think they're all replaced with CGI ships, in the Death Star and everywhere else.
Yep.
I just rather movies be left alone and you just look at it. Well, that's the technology they had at the time. I just stop messing with things in retrospect.
Well, Gratu, I'm going to check out of here. I was
I'm going to check.
basically I was trying to say hi to Gotham City, and he, bless his heart, he never. I don't think he even knew I was here, but that's cool. I enjoyed myself. So
yeah, it'd be nice if he would come on a Wednesday night show. I don't know when his store closes, but he's a neat guy. His store is pretty cool. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go see how my wife's doing, and I've just been wanting to do a show, but I just didn't want to wait till my phone recharged. So I'll see everybody. Take
Okay,
care.
guys. Take care.
Bye-bye.
In broadcast. In broadcast.